guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific is approved by a 70-29 vote, and now it heads to the House. President Biden is calling out former President Donald Trump, who he believes is influencing some Republicans to vote no on the bill.
Trump gave an invitation to Putin to invade some of our allies, NATO allies. He said if an ally didn't spend enough money on defense, he would encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want, end of quote. Can you imagine a former president of the United States saying that? The whole world heard it. The worst thing is he means it.
Prescription drug prices are a concern for many Americans when it comes to health care costs, and the President's Inflation Reduction Act aims to address that. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen delivering remarks on the issue in Pittsburgh.
The IRA helps level the playing field by allowing Medicare to negotiate prices for key prescription drugs. This is projected to reduce the deficit by over $95 billion.
After President Biden's re-election campaign joined TikTok over the weekend, some lawmakers are continuing to voice concerns over the app being a potential risk to national security. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher reacts on Fox News.
Those who have invested in ByteDance, if they ever want the company, if they ever want TikTok to go public in the U.S., there's no way that's going to happen under the current ownership structure. So we have to have a complete separation going forward to alleviate the national security concerns.
More than 45 million Americans from eastern Pennsylvania to Massachusetts are being impacted by a major winter storm. FlightAware reporting at least 1,200 flights across the country have been delayed or canceled Tuesday. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
A food recall you should know about if you shop big retail. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
A nationwide dairy recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak now includes products sold at Costco, Walmart, and other major retailers. The recalled products include snack wraps, taco kits, salad kits, and other foods sold with dairy ingredients made by Rizzo Lopez Foods Incorporated. Health officials have said evidence linked the company's dairy products to an ongoing deadly listeria outbreak that's been happening since 2014. At least 26 people got sick, 2 people died, and 23 were hospitalized in 11 states, according to the CDC.
The State Department is continuing their efforts to retrieve 2 Americans jailed in Russia, veteran Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, and to free hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaking about American hostages being held around the world.
Our citizens are not human bargaining chips. They are not political pawns. If any country wrongfully holds any of our people, we will hold them accountable.
With no winner in Monday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Wednesday, Valentine's Day, is set for an estimated $285 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, what do you say? Hey, what time is it? Or better yet, hey, what day is it? Here we go, ready to transition. Midweek coming on. We will turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, 14th day of February. All kind of stuff going on today. Where do we begin? Well, first of all, happy Valentine's Day, all you sweethearts. Of course, the celebration continues a few more hours, the drunken debauchery, which is Mardi Gras. Fat Tuesday will transition into Ash Wednesday. All right, Lent gets underway. Is ready for a fish fry. That'll be the mantra for every Friday for how many weeks now? Fish, fish, fish. Meanwhile, a little closer to home, a big show gets underway today in Louisville. Hot Shot Secret is on location. If you're going to make it into the big farm machinery show, that kicks off today. So 14th through the 17th. I did a little check-in here a bit earlier, and it is, they tell us, a sold-out show as far as exhibition space there in Louisville. Of course, this is the same location. We'll be heading down here in a few weeks for the Mid-America Truck Show. If you've been there before, you know it's a lot of space, a lot of walking. I mean, we're talking 1.2 million square feet of space, and it's sold out. If you want to see everything, you're going to have to bring your comfiest pair of shoes. I mean, I don't know, boots? How about tennis shoes? We'll give you more on that, though, coming up here. Yeah, Hot Shot Secret on location there. Stop by, say hello, and enjoy the big show over the next few days. Meanwhile, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we go, live from the Hot Shot Secret studios. We find ourselves with, surprise, surprise, another cloudy night outside the secret bunker. Looks like 39 degrees at this hour. All right, you're digging out in the Northeast, right? I'll presume most of the commercial vehicle restrictions have been lifted, right? We still have some lingering snow showers, a few bands through parts of Pennsylvania. They're sporadic in nature, right on up into the southern half of New York. Still some more organized, pretty heavy snow falling in upstate New York. A little bit of that is actually lake-enhanced snowfall. Watertown, the typical lake effect snow area, seeing some pretty heavy snow bands continuing to fall there. You have a few other bands. There's one just to the east of a line from, say, Saratoga Springs to east of Albany, moving into western portions of Massachusetts and southwestern portions of Vermont at this hour. A few of those bands in south central New York, those are what do they call them? The snow squalls. You'll be riding along, clear skies. You may see a few stars overhead. Then, boom, you're into one of those heavy-duty lake effect snow squalls. So be aware of that overnight. But, yeah, folks in the Northeast are digging out. The biggest snowstorm of the winter. We saw some heavy snow areas from West Virginia to Massachusetts. School closures, travel chaos on Tuesday. Officially, it goes down as 3.2 inches in New York City. Not a big deal, but that was the highest single-day snowfall in the city since 7.3 inches accumulated in Central Park January 29th of 22. The snow was not as heavy in downtown Philly, about 2 inches measured there, although more than a half a foot was reported in some of the suburbs north and west of the city. Turns out there was little to no accumulation in D.C. and Baltimore, but the impacts on air travel, over 1,200 flights were canceled across the Northeast this past day, putting the skids on the Tuesday morning commute. Snow-covered roads, treacherous travel for motorists across the region, especially eastern Pennsylvania. AccuWeather's national reporter Bill Waddell was on the ground there, and he said it was a mess. Highest accumulations reported in the Pocono Mountains of northeast Pennsylvania. More than a foot piled up there. About a foot of snow measured in parts of northern New Jersey, New York's Hudson Valley, and pockets of Connecticut. More than 180,000 customers losing power at the height of the storm due to the wet, sticky, clinging, heavy nature of this snowfall. The snow clinging to the trees. So it was a beautiful scene, a beautiful landscape, the proverbial winter wonderland. Meanwhile, looks like folks in the Northeast, you'll have a few days to dig out from this early week storm before the next system swings through the region coming up toward the end of the week. Yesterday's storm, the early week storm, This is just the beginning. It's the change in the weather pattern, a change that's going to be more typical for mid-February there in the Northeast, and much of the Midwest will now be watching for clipper systems, Alberta clippers. Now, they bring smaller accumulations to some areas that were missed by the East Coast storm. Some clipper systems first comes up Wednesday into Thursday. The colder pattern will allow folks to enjoy some time on the ski slopes. Areas that have not picked up fresh natural powder will be able to make some snow over the coming nights. For others more sensitive to the cold or who've gotten used to the balmy conditions as of late, this is going to be a kind of an uncomfortable change, right? Big dip in the jet stream, bringing temperatures more typical for the second and third weeks of February. For example, New York City, historical average temperatures range from the low 30s, lows near 30 to the high in the low 40s. Well, on into the end of the week, low temperatures are going to range from the mid-20s to low 30s, highs there in the mid-30s to low 40s. Further west, Chicago, Detroit, your typical average range this time of year, lows in the lower 20s, highs in the mid-30s. Forecast temperatures for the rest of this week, just a little bit above the historical average, but obviously significantly lower than we were looking at just a few days ago. Lows ranging from the 20s to low 30s, highs in the low 30s to mid-40s over the coming days. Now, the snowfall in the Northeast will raise the risk of some potentially dangerous freeze-up. These are areas that you see the natural melting during the daytime hours. Things get kind of wet and slushy. The sun goes down, everything freezes up into a sheet of ice. So be cautious when traveling in that region. Some areas may be icy. A lot of slip and fall accidents occurs in the day after snowstorms like this. Those conditions are going to persist through the rest of the week, including areas where snow has been shoveled or even plowed. Now, accompanying the more typical temperature pattern will be at least one storm with a band of snow travels along the northern tier of the country into Thursday. That's going to be widely separated snow showers, starting in Montana and Idaho, actually later Tuesday morning. And that system streaks eastward. It will gather a little bit of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and to the extent the open waters of the Great Lakes, we'll be talking a swath 1 to maybe 6 inches of snow, extending from South Dakota and northern Nebraska Wednesday, moving through Wisconsin, northern Illinois Wednesday night. Chicago looks like you'll probably be on the southern edge of the storm, maybe a bit of a wintry mix there. Some of the northern suburbs of Milwaukee and Madison, Wisconsin, maybe enough snow to make the roads slippery there. Accumulating snow is in the offing for Minneapolis with this storm. Should an inch or more fall, it'd be the first time in many months for the Twin Cities. Last time there was an inch of snow or greater on a single calendar day was, believe it or not, back on Halloween. You've only seen 7.3 inches of snow so far this winter. And most of that's coming just a few tenths of an inch at a time, just a little here and a little bit there. I mean, normally you would have seen about 39 inches of snow in Minneapolis by this time of year. Further east, similar conditions for Detroit Thursday, maybe some snow falling on much of central and northern Michigan. Some roads may become slushy, slippery, especially north and west of the Detroit area. There will be a pocket of 3 to 6 inches, likely in the central part of the lower peninsula of Michigan. On over to the northeast, once again, no snow anticipated from D.C. to Philadelphia or New York City Thursday night. Northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, central and northern New England, you may have a few snow showers, enough to bring a couple of inches with some locally higher amounts there. Upstate New York, again, maybe 3 to 6 inches. Now, right on the heels of that, a second storm follows 24 to 36 hours later. That one's going to take a path a bit further south over the plains, the Midwest, and the Northeast. That's still several days away, obviously, but this will be a system that'll spread east for nearly 2,000 miles from the Rockies Thursday night to the central Appalachians by Saturday. And with it, again, will be a swath of accumulating slippery road conditions. So with the mess, New York knew the forecast was looking kind of ugly for Monday. So rather than giving the kids a snow day, I don't think they've had many snow days, but the mayor opted to order, we're going to do at-home learning. We touched on that this past evening. I don't know if the kids learned much of anything this past day. It would have probably been better off just giving them a damn snow day. The Department of Education criticizing the mayor, apparently numerous technical glitches as students and teachers were trying to log in for their virtual classes for this storm this past morning. Yeah, Tuesday marked the first day of remote learning since the COVID pandemic. And it was a chaotic mess as students and teachers across the city suffered from service unavailable messages trying to get onto the Department of Education's learning system. One of the teachers at Forest Hills High School in Queens tells the New York Post, maybe the Department of Education should just let the kids have a snow day. But what do they give us? A system that fails and crashes miserably. Also, problems are reported across the city trying to access crucial services like Google Classroom, Chromebooks, or Zoom. Some teachers said they were having great difficulties even logging into their email to take attendance. The Department of Education blamed the problems on IBM, which is responsible for ensuring a smooth running of the remote systems. Either way, many furious parents and teachers said the city should have been much better prepared for remote learning. You cannot pivot to remote if you're not prepared. Yeah, I think that if you're going to pivot to remote, you should make sure your server can handle it, and you need to make sure every student actually has a device so they can log in. One mom of two elementary students told the New York Post, I mean, we're parents. We are real parents. We have jobs. Right now, my husband's at home dealing with the tech issues. This system is a joke. The kids are miserable. Like I said, probably didn't learn a whole lot this past day rather than having a snow day. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. Lots to cover on a Wednesday. What day is it? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's get a shout out to some of our listening friends there. Philly Dan, looks like you survived Snowmageddon. What, you 2 inches? Oh boy. Hello, Dan. Philly, hey, Wednesday already. Happy Valentine's Day. Keep on humping, drivers. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. We've got clear roads, 34 degrees, Fishkill, New York. Hello, Larry. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. James chimes in. Looks like Mayorkas has been impeached. Well, not really. The vote in the House, yes. They have forwarded the articles of impeachment to the Senate. Of course, we know the Senate is majority Democrat controlled. It'll be dead on arrival there. I'm curious. I believe it will now kind of force a Senate trial, if I understand correctly, which a whole lot of information could be divulged and shared with the American people during such a trial, but they're never going to convict, is the idea. They'll never convict him in the Senate. So for all practical purposes, it's for show. But Republicans say this is sending a message. Somebody has to be held accountable for what's going on. But we've got more on that as we roll on here. Copy the mail, 5-7. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy says it is the midnight hour. What day is it? What day is it? Horse smethers might just call in and let us know. Meanwhile, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the hotshot hidden secret bunker, Mr. Summers is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Turn it on the Stiction Eliminator power mic. Stay Bill your lane, because the overnight drive is about to be hammered down. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit them digits. 844-844-3388. Be part of the show, or you might just get a knucklebuster sandwich. 39 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Sit back, throw another log on the fire, heat up that cup of Joe, or do like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Just getting everybody into the mix there. All right. Good to have you on board, Pappy. Hello, Norman. North Central Kansas checks in, 40 degrees. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed toward Wichita. Boiling up some coffee to hopefully wake me up. Everybody have a good morning. Safe travels out there. Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 33 crisp degrees under a starlit sky, Genoa, Nebraska. Just kicked off 70 stout bluegrass heifers. We're headed to Fremont, Nebraska to wash out, and we'll be loading at Parks Livestock of Nebraska at sunup for a southbound trip back to the bluegrass. A bull hauler's day is never done. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the heartland of America. Rubber Duck, all right, working tonight. He's Mishawaka, kicking off some nice used cars at this hour. Very good. Oh, yeah, Pappy said, Happy Valentine's Day to all the overnight drive nocturnal female listeners out there. And, of course, the princess. Happy Valentine's Day to all. Which, obviously, that would include Eskimo Mom. Happy howdy overnight drive nation. Happy Hump Day, Valentine's Day, Ash Wednesday, whatever day it is. Hope you all have a wonderful day no matter what. I called off tonight. I'm starting to fight something. I think hopefully just a cold, not the COVID, right? So I'm kind of hidden at the home 20 at this hour. Hope I'll be able to get back at it tomorrow night. We're partly cloudy, 33 at the home 20 tonight. Hello to Roy. 2 big fish sandwiches at Arby's, $6. Not a bad deal. Yeah, everybody's got their fish stories going on this time of year. Specials as we roll into Lent, right? Michigan Madman, what do you got? I'm absolutely loving this thing called retirement. I've never enjoyed speed weeks like this before. And hopefully next year I get to be down in Florida for it. Congratulations to Bubba Pollard for winning the 200-lap race tonight in New Smyrna. And Chase Elliott finished in the top 10. The place was a full house. If you like racing, folks, get out there and support some of your local short track or your local drag strip and enjoy what the Michigan Madman loves. And hello to all the awesome listeners out there. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 36 degrees. Had to get a little something for the Wildcat after I get my local pickups and deliveries done. It is Valentine's Day. Have a great night, everybody. And be careful out there. Yes, indeed. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here just ahead. As we mentioned, plenty to cover as we roll into a brand new day. Oh, yeah, I mentioned the big farm show, Hot Shot Secret, on location there, Louisville, Kentucky. It's February. The air is brisk. The sun is shining. And you're gearing up to be at the 58th Annual National Farm Machinery Show. It's a tradition like no other, they say, where the best in the field come together to experience the greatness that is the agriculture industry in this country. We want you to have the best experience as possible at the Kentucky Exposition Center, so they offered up some helpful tips to make sure you get the most out of your trip to the largest indoor farm show in the entire country. They did mention one thing, that you could purchase your parking ahead of time. You'll actually save money and time when you get to the gate. If you want to purchase your parking online, they recommend do it at least 30 minutes before you get to the gate, because it's going to take at least 15 minutes for your code to activate after you check out from the online parking reservation. They do say parking at the gate will run you $12 per vehicle. We'll give you more on what to anticipate. That and so much more coming up right here.
USA News Update. In January, inflation slightly surpassed expectations. Recent government data reveals that the Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3% last month, reflecting higher expenses for goods and services for Americans. The Senate has approved a $95 billion aid package featuring significant allocations for Israel and Ukraine. Despite passing with a 70-29 vote, its prospects in the Republican-controlled House remain uncertain. The NYPD is sharing images of two suspects involved in the fatal subway shooting at Mount Eden Station Monday. Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny.
Once the groups come together on the train, there's a verbal dispute that quickly leads to a physical fight. As the train is pulling into the station at Mount Eden, one round is fired inside of the train car.
A 35-year-old man who was an innocent bystander was killed in that shooting, while 5 others sustained injuries. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, yes, got those phone lines open. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. I gave Mindy a call this past morning because I wanted to get a little clarification. I was a little bit confused as I was trying to kick off our giveaway this past morning on our Tuesday morning show. It's your chance to win a Big Rig Duo Pack. It's like a $200 value. We're talking two 64-ounce bottles of Stick Shit Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, the Big Rig Duo. This is a Facebook promotion. We chatted a little bit about, we've done contests in the past using the overnightdriveradio.com website, clicking on the contest link. We may do that one of these weeks, but we started off, this is simply on Facebook. All you have to do when you go to Facebook, there's a handful of different Steve Summers. I've got my original Steve Summers page that I've had for so many years. We've got the Steve Summers fan page. We've got Steve Summers, the Outcasts, as they call it. You want to go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, the official, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page. First time you go there, you can click on follow. We'd like you to follow, but all you have to do to enter is in the comments section, say Hot Shot Secret. And you can do that every week because we're going to be giving a Big Rig Duo Pack away each Friday for the next several week. Contest runs through March the 8th. So your chance, each winner receives a Big Rig Duo. Mindy's going to be pulling out the winners each Friday, and we'll let you know right here on the air. So do that right now. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I got an email from, it's been a while since we've heard from one Shelley Johnson. You remember Shelley? She was the Women Road Warrior. She still does the program, the podcast each week with her and what's her name? Kathy Tuccaro. See, let me just share the email with you. Hey, Steve, long time no talk. Hope all is well with you. It's been a while since I chatted with you on the Truckers Network radio show. Listen to you a lot. Great to hear all the drivers who check in. Wanted to reach out because on my program, The Women Road Warriors, which I produce and co-host with Kathy Tuccaro, We've set up a GoFundMe page for a young woman who's facing cancer for the second time. Brandy, otherwise known as Queen Bee Dodson, a 33-year-old mother and wife who's a member of the Women in Trucking organization. She's worked in the industry for 9 years. She currently works at the Pete store. Brandy originally was diagnosed with a severe form of breast cancer in 2021. She was in remission until last month, January. January 1st of this year, she was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer that's likely terminal. She is now fighting the battle of her life. Kathy and I interviewed her, and we set up a web page for our website called Fight Like Bee. Fight Like BEE. The link to our GoFundMe to help her with her medical bills is on that page. If you wouldn't mind maybe sharing this with your listeners, we would greatly appreciate it, as every little bit helps. People can find the page for Fight Like Bee at the website womenroadwarriors.com. That's her program, womenroadwarriors.com. So good to hear from Shelley. She said, thanks in advance. Keep up the great work. You are a valuable part of the trucking community. All right, yes, we're all so familiar. We've all known someone or personally have fought that battle with the dreaded C word, cancer. All right, so prayers for that family. Real quick, let me get back before we get to your calls. We already mentioned have your comfortable walking shoes if you're headed to Louisville for the National Farm Machinery Show kicking off today. They said plan out your visit. There's over 800 booths, but you want to make sure your plan of attack is strategic. Check out the floor mat. Figure out where you want to start out there. They said when lunchtime rolls around, lunch lines can be very lengthy, but it's worth it to refuel and recharge before heading back out onto the show floor. Try to hit the food vendors maybe before the afternoon rush, or maybe wait for a late lunch if you don't want to wait in some of the lines that get rather long there. Yes, seminars. Across the 4 days, there are over 30 seminars to take advantage of. You can go to the Farm Show website there and build your itinerary. Don't forget about the gift and craft market if you're looking to buy something and take it home that day. That's on the second floor of the South Wing. If you haven't visited your doctor in a while and you may want to get a few things checked out, no problem. In the West Hall, we'll have free health screenings taking place during the show. Take advantage of that. They could just maybe save your life. If you're finished with the show floor for the day but not quite done with the excitement, grab your tickets for the championship tractor pull at Freedom Hall. Don't forget your earplugs. Yes, indeed. Now, that's, of course, the farm show gets underway today. I'm trying to remember. I'll double-check if it's Friday night or Saturday night where they've got the big TPA truck and tractor pulls. Of course, they will also be returning to Freedom Hall for the Mac Winter Nationals there on the final day of the Mid-America Truck Show next month in Louisville. And we've got an update, as a matter of fact, from Mr. Dunlap, who divulged on this morning's update that this year, for the Mid-America Truck Show, NTPA truck and tractor pulls, last year they debuted and they had several, I think they were 3 different divisions. This year, they will be bringing in another division. I forget what the term is, but it's the super-duper modifieds where they can line up 3 or 4 engines on one tractor. And I mean, you talk about loud. You better bring your earplugs for that one. I know Scarecrow probably knows. What are they called? Are those super modifieds when they stack up 3 and 4 engines on them?
It probably is what it's called now, Steve. I've lost touch through the years. It used to be strictly modified, but rules have changed through the years. Actually, when they put 4 motors in, that is a limitation now. It used to be you could slap on as many as you want, but they had to come up with a way of reining in the actual amount of power and dollars spent.
Uh-huh.
Likewise, you don't see the 3, 4, 5 turbine tractors anymore either. They try to equalize it for everybody. So.
Okay.
Don't be a scarecrow.
Uh-huh.
What the hell is that crap? Well, Steve, there's no doubt in my mind where any harpoons are going to get tossed tonight. In fact, I'm thinking maybe for the rest of the week they might be airborne towards Ohio there, or watch out, scarecrow. Yeah, well, we'll talk about that offline. See that snow you're talking about out east there, that extremely heavy-bodied snow like that. You know, the main highways, they probably have a handle on it, but you get off on, you know, side roads and such, that is about the worst material there is for the, you know, road crews to have to deal with. A number of years back now, I think it was probably late spring, but either way, it was along the river, along the Mississippi, getting up, heading towards Minneapolis, Twin Cities. The snow came, it probably didn't start till about 6 a.m. So any snow that hit the ground, you know, got driven on before the maintenance crews could get at it. And I suppose from about 50 miles south of Minneapolis and north, you know, there was a solid foot plus, and that all got packed down. And I was following a plow truck, Steve, and this is a tandem, you know, county truck. This is on state Minnesota Highway, State 61. And whenever that mold board on that plow would cut through that hard pack, he would drop to like 20 miles an hour. Just, you know, and this is a tandem loaded with sand. But, you know, and then it would peel for a bit, and then the blade would kick up a little, and, well, then you pick up speed again. But yeah, that wound up taking road graders to peel that off. Now, little community I got into, looked to the side street. I watched a city plow truck. It was just a single axle, you know, loaded down with sand also. And when his mold board cut through that hard pack, the ass end of that truck kicked over to the left. That's how nasty that stuff is. So, but the positive side, when late season, if the days are mild, you know, you get the salt on, that'll burn its way through, and then it'll kind of soften up, you know, or create a wet surface underneath, so you can at least you know, peel it off. But yeah, we had that same conditions on our town road and going into our house. That's about a mile and a half in, and that hard pack, we got just a little bit of rain on that, and just the shallowest ruts, Steve, I could not even turn into our driveway in 4-wheel drive. It just, you know, you turn and the vehicle just followed through those ruts. So that's just as nasty gets. But Steve, I do have, I guess it's an apology to make, a correction to make. You know, last night I degraded Reba's rendition of the national anthem at the Super Bowl. And I did take time this past evening. I brought up the YouTube, you know, feed on it, and yeah, she nailed it there, Steve. But so I don't know. It was I heard what I heard on our, you know, television, and it was just not acceptable for us, and that's what led to my comments there last night. So I'm sure there was other listeners last night that were wondering what the hell I was talking about, that, you know, she did a fine job. Well, you know, okay, I stand corrected, but what we were presented initially was certainly led to that the opinion that I expressed anyway. So, Reba, I suppose you're probably listening to the program tonight. So,
surely, yes.
I personally cast my apologies your way, and so that's where I went with that, Steve. And if you haven't had a chance to dig it up yet, you know, listen to yourself. there's about 4 or 5 different feeds, on YouTube for that. But no, it sounded fine. The YouTube feed that I found, this morning or last night. So with that, we'll leave it alone for now and see how the program progresses here.
Sounds like a plan, and I'll just jump right in. We did get one follow-up from a listening friend. Let's see. Actually, Knucklebuster chimed in, and he said he thought Reba did a fine job. Got an email from Bob this past day, who said, I'm too old to stay up all night and listen to the show, so I listen to the replay. Although when I can't sleep, I do put you on my headphones and sleep like a baby. I don't know what was wrong with Reba's singing of the national anthem. I think she did it as it should be. I don't think we need to be changing it up or hip-hopping it up or jazzing things up. I don't know why everything has to be changed or canceled these days, but I will say I do believe whoever was running the soundboards for Reba and Usher did a horrible job. So I don't know, maybe it depends on, as Scarecrow said, maybe what feed you were catching. All right. One other tidbit. I know we're now several days post-Super Bowl. But we got the numbers, the wagering numbers. We know there's how much. If you had to make a guess, how many millions or maybe billions of dollars do you believe were wagered on this year's Super Bowl? It's mind-boggling. Legal wagering on the Super Bowl reached unprecedented heights with more than, now this is just a drop in the bucket, $185 million in bets flooding into the Las Vegas sports books before the big game. That was a record for Las Vegas. Despite the staggering figure, the odds were not in favor of the house this year. According to the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Vegas sports books only managed to rake in $6.8 million of the $185.6 million wagered. I mean, just 3.7% of the total. But this Super Bowl marked a rare occasion where Las Vegas gambling establishments did not emerge as the primary beneficiaries. Yeah, the outcome deviated from the norm as Vegas typically comes out on top, with only 2 exceptions since 1991, according to the Gaming Board. The Chiefs and overtime were very disappointing, according to the Sportsbook Director of Operations. As always, though, the lights come back on in the morning. Nobody, including my mother, feels bad when the house loses, he said. Unfortunately for the sportsbooks, the majority of bettors sided with the Chiefs in overtime. A prediction that proved accurate. This anticipated outcome led the sportsbooks to repeatedly dip into their coffers to settle up the payments with their patrons. It was a tough day for us with the Chiefs' comeback, according to John Murray, executive director of the Superbook. Yeah, that game going into overtime was costly in a lot of ways. And, of course, we wanted the 49ers to win. Even before kickoff, the game had been smashing betting records with sports books all over the nation reporting $23.1 billion in wagers. Wow. The immense popularity and the financial impact of the Super Bowl in the realm of sports betting. $23.1 billion.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, you're out there seeing the prices on the marquees around the country. Pump prices we're talking about. I would expect most of you noticed, prices are going up, aren't they? We've got the numbers from both the Energy Information Administration and ProMiles this past day. Fuel reports this week indicating a marked increase in diesel prices around the country. ProMiles.com reported a 5.1 cent increase to the national average, saying at $3.91 per gallon. An increase of 8.8 cents in the Midwest was the largest among the 10 reporting regions. Rocky Mountain region up to about just under 6 cents. So it was about a nickel increase the West Coast. Meanwhile, the Energy Information Administration, they reported the national price per gallon was up by 21 cents at $4.10 per gallon. Now, the national average this past week, still 33 cents less than it was 1 year ago, but these jumps are pretty dramatic. The West Coast minus California and the lower Atlantic regions both saw surges of 21 cents a gallon, a 17-cent increase in the West Coast region. The Gulf Coast was up just over 16 cents. New England's average saw the least amount of change, about 2.5 cents increase in price, but those are the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. That's a pretty dramatic divide. ProMiles said the national average at $3.91, Energy Information Administration at $4.10. So, we're talking a full 20 cent per gallon difference between the two there. I don't know if one is running further behind or what the case is, but all right, we'll get back to the calls coming up at 844-844-3388 as we head toward news break there. There were 2 Republican lawmakers and 2 Democrat lawmakers that did not vote on the impeachment resolution this past day for Mayorkas. But indeed, Republicans passed the impeachment articles targeting Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, sending the matter now to the Senate, where it will almost certainly fail to clear that threshold required for a conviction. But nonetheless, a trial would take place. A lot of questions would have to be answered, if you understand. The vote, 214 to 213. Most Republicans supported impeachment. We had Republican Representative Ken Buck of Colorado and Tom McClintock of California. Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin that voted against impeachment once again, just like they did last week when it failed to clear the House. Representative Steve Scalise of Louisiana, who was not present last week, was indeed present this week. Mayorkas was sworn in as Homeland Security Secretary February of 21. He's the one that has presided over the department as massive numbers of migrants have been inundating our southern border month after month after month during Joe Biden's White House tenure. The first article of impeachment asserts Mayorkas willfully and systematically refused to comply with the immigration laws, failed to control the border to the detriment of national security, compromised public safety, and violated the rule of law and separation of powers in the Constitution to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Second article declares Mayorkas breached the public trust by knowingly making false statements to Congress and the American people and avoiding lawful oversight in order to obscure the devastating consequences of his willful, systemic refusal to comply with the law and carry out his statutory duties. He's also breached the public trust by willfully refusing to carry out his statutory duty to control the border and guard against illegal entry, notwithstanding the calamitous consequences of his abdication of that duty.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. A shooting on the subway in New York City sent 5 people to the hospital and killed 1. Police responding to the Eden Ave station, finding 6 people shot, 4 men and 2 women between the ages of 14 and 71. One man, who was 34, died. The other victims had non-life-threatening injuries. 2 groups of teenagers started fighting on a platform around that time that a lot of kids take the subway home from school, and some people are leaving work. The shooter has not been caught. The Senate passed a $95.3 billion foreign aid bill with assistance for Ukraine and Israel in a vote early Tuesday morning that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was very pleased with.
It's certainly been years, perhaps decades, since the Senate passed a bill that so greatly impacts not just our national security, not just the security of our allies, but the security of Western democracy.
It also sets up a showdown with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who thinks that there shouldn't be more aid to Ukraine, and former President Trump, who thinks that the U.S. should stop foreign aid unless it's in the form of a loan. The judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing that case. This comes from allegations against Fani Willis of a personal relationship with the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, that may have financially benefited her. A hearing set for this week to address motions that seek the removal of Willis. Trump and his co-defendants are also trying to get the case dismissed. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A nationwide dairy recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak now includes products sold at Costco, Walmart, and other major retailers. The recalled products include snack wraps, taco kits, salad kits, and other foods sold with dairy ingredients made by Rizzo Lopez Foods Incorporated. Health officials have said evidence linked the company's dairy products to an ongoing deadly listeria outbreak that's been happening since 2014. At least 26 people got sick, 2 people died, and 23 were hospitalized in 11 states, according to the CDC. Super Bowl 58 was the most watched television broadcast in a generation. The amount of viewers estimated to be around 123.4 million, according to CBS, breaking any Super Bowl viewership record. So many people watched that it almost beat out the most watched TV broadcast of all time. That record set in 1969 when between 125 and 150 million people watched the Apollo 11 moon landing. The Chiefs will be celebrating their win at home with a parade tomorrow, Valentine's Day. It'll start around noon and go to about 1:45. You can watch the parade on the NFL Network or NFL.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, just like that. Welcome back. Round number 2. Here we go. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Florida this morning. I keep wanting to say New York, but he made that move. Hope you're enjoying what a different the climate is there, right? Versus New York. You missed out on the big snow yesterday. I'm sure you're so depressed. All right. Hello to Pap this morning. Michigan Madman heard me talking about the tractor pulls there taking place in Louisville, and he said, yes, it is unlimited super modified tractors. And yes, they still have turbine tractors, and there's one tractor that has 3 turbines on it. All right, thank you very much for the update. Let's see. Bill said, Hotshot Secret pooling videos should describe classes. All right, and hello to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Meanwhile, let me flip over. Air travel may be a bit of a hassle for some today. Nothing to do with weather, but at a handful of airports, apparently there's a group of drivers from Uber and Lyft and DoorDash that are planning to strike on Valentine's Day to demand better pay and safer working conditions. According to USA Today, we expect thousands of rideshare drivers to participate in this in cities across the country. That's a spokesperson for the coalition Justice for App Workers. They said the striking drivers will not provide rides to and from airports in 10 U.S. cities. Now, it's not an all-day thing, so it shouldn't create too much of a problem, but from 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Wednesday. Obviously, for folks that have flights, timing-wise, I hope you're paying attention. While Silicon Valley and Wall Street take an ever-increasing cut of driver earnings, they're raising rates on passengers and expecting consumers and workers alike to accept their increasing corporate greed, according to the press release. In response, Uber told USA Today in a statement that strikes have rarely had any impact on trips, prices, or driver availability. Now, that's the statement from Uber. Lyft issued a statement, said that the company is constantly working to improve the driver experience, which is why just this month we released a series of new offers and commitments aimed at increasing driver pay and transparency. They announced last week, Lyft, that they would guarantee that drivers would make 70% or more of rider fares after external fees each week. Either way, so the airports that will be impacted, according to this today, include Austin, Chicago, that could be big, Hartford, Connecticut, Miami, Florida, Newark, Orlando, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Providence. Now, what do these guys and gals, shall I say, what does a Uber or Lyft driver make? An average Lyft driver's gross hourly pay was $21.44 in the second quarter of last year. Uber drivers' hourly pay was $18.80 in the second quarter. A Lyft white paper said the drivers earned $30.68 gross per hour of engaged time in the second half of last year. Uber's CEO said the drivers made $33 per utilized hour in the fourth quarter on the company's fourth quarter earnings call. Now, I know $33 an hour sounds pretty good, right? But you got to keep in mind, these individuals are driving their personal vehicles. How many miles? The wear and tear on the vehicle. Cars aren't cheap. So I'd like to, when you put that in, factoring that in, the hourly pay is going to be a whole lot less, right? Meanwhile, Carolina Monkey Gadger.
Well, good morning, Steve-O.
Hey there.
What's going on?
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Well, happy Valentine's Day. I want to know which one of them donut shops Pappy is protecting tonight, because he's definitely on sugar overload. Pappy, put the donuts down and walk away. It'll be all right.
That's funny.
But Steve, you know, going back to last night, they were talking about Dan Bongino, and I got another scenario to throw at you. Now, to invoke that 25th Amendment, that's got to be approved by the House and the Senate, right?
Now, which amendment to do the did you say the 25th?
Yeah, saying that he's mentally incompetent.
I believe that is the case, yes.
You know, there's rumblings that Michelle Obama don't want to run, and she got reasons, because they got a lot of hidden baggage that's going to get drug out in the street. And I mean, there's one of those senators or representatives up there today that wants Obama brought up on charges for interfering with the White House. And so that's going to dig deep. But this is where I'm going with this. Let's just say that, you know, they try to invoke the 25th Amendment, and the Republicans know that their easiest person to pick off is going to be Joe Biden. So they go up there to vote, you know, to throw him out the White House, and all of them say, no, we're not doing it. He's going to be the candidate. So, you know, they go to the convention, and, you know, he's the candidate, and they don't give him the delegates to run. Can you imagine the chaos that's going to cause? Because he's the person that the people have put up there to run. So this could get real sticky in a real big hurry. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's going to be interesting what happens in the next 3 or 4 months. And I was thinking about that last night when they were talking about it, and I said, well, wait a minute. But they got to get the House and the Senate, and I mean, surely the House ain't going to vote to get him out of there, because Joe Biden's going to be the easiest one for Donald Trump to knock off, you know? So that's kind of my conspiracy theory. And going back to what Scarecrow was talking about on the singing of the national anthem, that sound quality was awful. I mean, when the guy was singing America, he was probably through about 4 lines of it before you could ever hear it on the TV. So, I mean, it was, you know, but she did nail it. They all bragging about it and everything else. But another interesting thing that's happened is, have you noticed all these illegals packing up in New York and Chicago and going back to where they come from?
I haven't seen that. No, what are they not happy in New York?
Oh yeah. Oh, then this man has nothing to give them. They're going back home. They were loading bus loads of them up to go back to wherever they come from. Said that they're tired of living on the streets. The American people don't want them work up. They're trying to be, you know, treated like infidels. They're sick of it, so they're going back home. That was a news flash today. I was good. Let's load all of them up, send them back where they come from. It's going to be interesting if Mexico lets them back in to start their trek back home. Maybe they saved up enough money with all this money the American taxpayer give them. They just going to buy them an airline ticket and go home. Who knows what's on the agenda? But I thought that was very interesting. And the other thing that was touched on last night that we didn't get a chance to discuss much was this rule that the state of Washington has tried to pass about no idling and not even using your pony motor
your APU.
to keep cool and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's not about asinine. I mean, you know, I reckon they're going to sit in air-conditioned houses with their temperature control expect us to either burn up or freeze to death. I mean, the stupidity, especially in them people of Washington and Oregon, is beyond belief. I mean, you know, sometimes you wonder if that ain't an alien planet out there. And that just kind of just really got over on me. Some idiot woman would suggest this.
And I mean, how much emissions are? I mean, is an APU? But the idea, if you can't idle your big truck engine, the APU that was the specific purpose, designed to be able to shut the big truck engine off, which is obviously emitting more. But yeah, how are you supposed to keep cool? How are you supposed to? I mean, what about for the people with medical issues, CPAP machines, and things of that nature? How do you run that stuff if you can't use an APU or your truck engine?
Well, there's something else interesting to throw into the mix. You know, they say these new trucks have zero emissions. They're not emitting no emissions on these new trucks.
Yeah.
So they say, you know, you got to have that sticker on them, California Certified Clean Idle. You know, I mean, I don't know where this idiot come up with this idea, but the question I got is, what she want us to do? Shut them reapers off and let the food fall?
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be the next thing she proposes? So, you know, it don't never stop. You see it, it just on and on and on and on and on and on. Have you heard any more on the insurance that they proposed on that $5 million for every truck? Did it gain any traction, or what's going on with that?
I've not heard that it's gained any traction there. I mean, New Jersey did their deal where they doubled the insurance. Well, they bumped it up to $1.5 million last week, I think. Yeah, but on that's just on the state level. The federal, the $5 million, I don't think that's out of committee yet.
I don't think it's going nowhere. I mean, I really don't. For the people that co-sponsored this thing, I mean, old Hank Johnson down there out of Georgia, who thinks Guam's going to flip over. They put too many military vehicles on it. I mean, hey, let's look at his credentials. Let's see if he ain't suffering from a little bit of Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever, you know. There's a bunch of them, but they need to go through a mental test. And the test that you go through, are you fit to serve the American people and the American Republic to the best of your ability? It don't sound like it, so, you know, you don't get. But anyway, that's that. Does the Young family put on that infamous show, or is that somebody else doing that?
I'm not certain. I don't believe that's the Young family. I think they're just Louisville, the Mid-America.
That is one show that I've always wanted to go to. Bunch of farmers from the house were going up there, wanted me to go with them. I said, I can't make it this time, but I said, maybe next year I get to go up there and see it, because I really wanted to go to that thing. I mean, that thing is huge. And I mean, everybody that's anybody's there. I mean, John Deere International.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they there, get to see all this equipment that's the future of farming, you know. So that's my next thing on my bucket list to do. But I can't wait. What is it now? About 5 weeks and we'll be in Louisville?
Yeah, I know. Thanks for reminding me, Gouger.
But I want to tell everybody, you know, when you're up there, to go by and see the sponsors of this show, talk to them, be real appreciative of them from sponsoring the show and advertising and everything with us. Don't forget the people that make this thing happen, right?
Absolutely. Yep. And hopefully we can.
That's about all I got tonight.
The hope is to find some new advertisers. I know. I spoke to Mindy this past morning. I know they've got I don't think they got a big booth there at the farm show like they do in Louisville, but Hot Shot Secret is there, and Mindy said she's going to go down and kind of walk the show a little bit, maybe hand out some overnight drive cards, and talk to some folks here over the next few days.
Yeah, that'd be great. Get some of all these farmers that got tractor trailers.
Absolutely.
Most of your big farmers, all of them got 3 or 4 trucks and trailers. There's one family that I follow there's 2 families out of Minnesota. One of them is called a Millennial Farmer, and the other one is the Larson family. And they seem to be the more, they are really taking Facebook over. And they're a farming family out of Minnesota. I don't know how many acres they farm, but hell, they got 4 tractor trailers, grain wagons and stuff to run that operation, and so yeah, let's get them involved in it. Let's spread the word. Well, Steve, I'm fitting to go beddy by. My clock is run out, and I'm done for the day and for a much needed rest.
Time for some beauty rest. You need it.
Hey, look here. Knuckle Buster like to make me wreck my damn truck last night.
Which statement got you?
What he got on there said, I want to thank Monkey Gouger. Well, I want to thank Knuckle Buster for being a gentleman. How about that?
Okay.
So,
thank you, Monkey Gouger. You got it. All right. Let me see here quickly from WDRB out of Louisville. One of Louisville's most profitable events, and hundreds of thousands of people returned to the Expo Center this week. 58th Annual National Farm Machinery Show rolls back into Louisville today through the 17th. Organizers claim it is the country's largest indoor farm trade show. Some major international corporations that come and spend a lot of money to set up an event here and get to this audience, according to Zach Davis with Louisville Tourism, as one of Louisville's top 10 most economically impactful events. The National Farm Machinery Show is estimated to bring in more than $24.2 million to Louisville. More than 300,000 attendees are expected to visit, which is bringing Louisville's hotel room occupancy to 90%. Greg Mann, general manager of the Crown Plaza Hotel, has been preparing for weeks. He said, we talk about it for weeks leading into it. Our hotel will be sold out through the rest of the week. The economic impact for our hotel and the hotels in this corridor in downtown Louisville, very significant. Of course, more than 800 booths Wednesday to Saturday. Hundreds of vendors have already confirmed they'll be back in 2025. They've already got the date set. One agriculture production company from Georgetown, Indiana, Lockjaws, will showcase some products. He said the National Farm and Machinery Show is huge for us. It's all the latest and greatest products. You're going to see anything from the tractors to the farming equipment to the cattle equipment. Now, admission is free. Parking is $12 per vehicle. There you go. And I mentioned earlier the tractor pools, apparently unlike Louisville, where that's a one-night event there, Saturday night at the conclusion of the truck show. The championship tractor pools actually take place nightly for 7 p.m. Tickets begin at $10 there, the championship tractor pools. I think they said they've got like 190 different competitors that will be competing before, what's capacity there at Freedom Hall, 60,000, whatever, I don't know, whatever the capacity is, 70,000 pool fans over the total of the event. Freedom Hall is probably what? 15,000 or something like that. So it's going to be pretty much sold out every night during the farm show there. But so, yeah, pooling gets underway tonight, every night. Wow. 25 past the hour, and back to the phones we go. 5-7. Come on, computer. There he is.
Well, there, what? Hey there, I'm like, okay. I know there already you're going to have people say, "Oh, this ain't going to go anywhere." It's Mayorkas thing, impeachment. But listen, they're using the only power that's been given to them. They can't go any further than what they can, but they're using the power that was given to them. The American people are the ones that are guilty for putting in more people into the Senate, Democrats into the Senate. Now, the tool in this is, you got a problem with the border? find out what your representative voted for. You know, I mean, that way people running against these guys, you know, that's the question. Said, what did you do about the border? Well, I voted against impeachment. Well, there you go. You know, you find out, you know, it's just, you clearly find out who's working for you, who's not. And this ridiculous stuff is, we don't want to start something. Well, it's already been done back in the Civil War days. All right, it's the only time it's happened. So this thing with Mayorkas, the man's got pride, you know, and this has to hurt him personally and embarrass him personally. But bottom line is, they impeached Donald Trump twice, and both times it was over a lie, and I mean absolutely no truth, including the corruption of the FBI and Hillary Clinton on the first one, and think Adam Schiff and the phone call where he claimed and he lied to the American people on a phone call. All right, but this thing here with Mayorkas, he got 8 to 10 million. That's Ted Cruz and Tim Scott claims 10 million illegal come across the border, and you've got fentanyl killing Americans. So I don't, you know, high crimes and misdemeanors. How many Americans do you have to kill before you commit a crime? I mean, when they're the ones, he's the one that has control of this stuff, and lying square to the American people saying the border is under control. We've got control of the border. So, no, it's the only power we got. And I think old Mayorkas is probably a little bit nervous about this upcoming election. If Joe Biden's mind finally goes and they remove him and there's nobody coming in office going to cut him grant him a pardon, and then the Republicans take over the Senate, he's probably got sweat rolling off his brow, and I'd say it's time to pull his passport. But yeah, hey, when your government's finally doing something and doing it,
he'll get his get out of jail card from Kamala Harris if it came down to that. But
USA News Update. In January, inflation slightly surpassed expectations. Recent government data reveals that the Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3% last month, reflecting higher expenses for goods and services for Americans. The Senate has approved a $95 billion aid package featuring significant allocations for Israel and Ukraine. Despite passing with a 70-29 vote, its prospects in the Republican-controlled House remain uncertain. The NYPD is sharing images of 2 suspects involved in the fatal subway shooting at Mount Eden Station Monday. Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny.
Once the groups come together on the train, there's a verbal dispute that quickly leads to a physical fight. As the train is pulling into the station at Mount Eden, 1 round is fired inside of the train car.
A 35-year-old man who was an innocent bystander was killed in that shooting, while 5 others sustained injuries. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me give you a little breakdown, 25th Amendment. We keep hearing that. Yeah, in recent days, of course, in light, obviously, of last week's report from the investigator, H-U-R, who clearly stated that Joe Biden's memory is waning. He's a doddering old man. Just yesterday, West Virginia's Attorney General called on Vice President Kamala Harris to invoke the 25th against Joe, claiming that the president is not physically able to perform the duties. Morrissey argued Biden's mental health is a serious concern after, as I just mentioned, the 388-page special counsel report last week describing the president as a, quote, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, which Joe has aggressively fought back against. Morrissey writes, President Biden's cognitive decline is of great concern to Americans, especially during these times that our nation is facing crisis after crisis, both here and abroad. We need a president who is mentally fit. Now, he said in the report, it paints a clear picture of a president who is not up for the job. That after the year-long probe into the classified documents. All right, we've seen that, heard that 100 times. 25th Amendment passed by Congress in 1965 to clarify presidential succession following, this was after the assassination of President Kennedy. It also included a section allowing the vice president and the cabinet to remove a president from office if they are deemed physically incapable. The power has, to date, never been used. It was floated by anti-Trump critics after the January 6th attack on the Capitol, including by former Representative Kevin McCarthy, who actually dismissed the solution as not quick enough. A number of Republicans have also brought up using the 25th against Biden in recent weeks, including Representative Claudia Tenney of New York. The calls, of course, underline the focus on not only Joe's age, but the obvious criticism is mounted against Joe in recent weeks. I mean, day after day, memory gaffe after memory gaffe, which is quite noticeable on the world stage, undoubtedly. But I'm looking, Section 3 of the 25th, which apparently, based on the blowback we've heard from Biden in recent days, this ain't going to happen. Section 3, whenever the president notifies the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House that they're in a written declaration that they're unable to discharge the powers and duties of their office, and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, those powers and duties would be discharged by the vice president as the acting president. In other words, Joe would have to say, all right, I give up. My mind is gone. That's not happening. Section 4 is the one they're actually calling for, all right? Whenever the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body of Congress may by law transmit to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the acting president. Thereafter, when the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office unless the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers in executive department or of such other body of Congress transmit within 4 days to the president pro tempore of the Senate and Speaker of the House their written declaration that the president is indeed unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose, if not in session. If the Congress, within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session, within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by a 2/3 vote of both houses that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall continue to discharge the same as acting president. Otherwise, the president shall resume the powers and duties of his office. Now, in either case, even trying to go with Section 4, first of all, is Kamala Harris actually going to, in a written statement, say Joe's not able to perform his duties? I don't see that really happening. Joe then comes back in writing that I am fully capable of doing my duties. Then you've got to come back with what, 2/3 of both houses? It's not there, not at this point. I mean, there are some Democrats beginning to allude that we need someone else in the mix for 2024. Will it get to the point? It's not there yet. But if Joe continues on down this path of the continued gaffes, obvious cognitive decline, it could maybe get there at some point in time. But Rubber Duck, hey there. Hello, Rubber Duck. Well, obviously something's there, but it doesn't sound like Rubber Duck is there. So, hey, what day is it?
Hey, I guess we got to do the hey, Mike. What day is it? Hopefully, all those Mike came through. 'Cause I was trying to get off the speakerphone because I got a whole different view in front of me this morning, Your Honor. We've gone from a 389 Peterbilt to a W9 KW here for the day. So, or the night, or the morning. What is? I don't even know what. Where are we?
Where are you?
I don't even know what we're in.
What's your choice? Hump Day, Valentine's Day, Ash Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's just big day.
Yeah, recover from Fat Tuesday day. But anyway, how about recover from everybody having heart attacks, shoveling snow day?
Yeah, so you didn't really get anything at your home 20, right? Not much.
Oh yeah, no.
Did you?
We ended up they changed everything around. We went from the 0 to 1 to the 1 to 2 to we ended up in the 3 to 4 range, and we got pretty close to 4 inches. And and all that stuff that was supposed to be further up in Pittsburgh and north area there. That all kind of dropped south. So places like York, Pennsylvania got 6-7 inches, and so north of Lancaster, Reading area, they all had anywhere from 6 to 8 inches, and as you say, the Poconos there, they got the most. But yeah, it was a good wet, heavy snow, and that whole snow band dropped down further south and crossed the Macy-Dixie line and was right down there on the whole southern side of the state there, from the central part all the way down to the south end side of Pennsylvania. So, but there was enough warming up during the day, and as Scarecrow mentioned there, he got a little bit of chemical on the road with the salt and everything, and they got all the main roads pretty well cleared off. The biggest thing we got now is temperatures are right back down around the freezing mark. So if there's anything that's run back across the highway or was still melting on the highway, you got a chance of it refreezing there a little bit. So you just got to be a little cautious of that. But for the most part there, all else is good there. You can actually see some stars out there, and I saw the moon there at one point between the clouds. There's broken clouds passing around through here, so I don't know if the moon's out there or not. KW has more limited visibility, I think, than the old Peterbilt does. So. But yeah, it's the first time I've been in one of the new W9s. I think the last KW I sat in there it had a hood out there on the front of it. I think that was a 79, and so that's just a little bit different. And of course, that one had a 8V92 Detroit in it. So I wouldn't have been talking to you if I was in that one right now, because it would be very, very difficult on the hearing situation, and heck, you might not even be able to hear me over top of it. But anyways, there. So I don't know. Other than that, not a whole lot going on. We got as Monkey Gouger says there, like 5 weeks to the big show for the trucking industry, and don't forget you got about a week left if you want to get your free admission. You got I think it's the 22nd ends the free admission,
free online
for
registration. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So if you don't want to pay, what is it, $10, $12 at the door every day to get in, then make sure you even if you don't use it, you can sign up for it and not use it, and you know, but if you don't sign up for it, then you got to pay. And, I don't know what the parking is there. I think when I was there a couple years ago, I think it was still $8. I don't know if they've increased the parking at all, but
I know it was 10 last year. If it's 12 for the farm show, it's probably going to be 12. I bet.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that, but I'm wondering about being able to do that online. Now, I had never heard that before for any of the truck shows that you could.
No.
You know, this thing they're talking about for the farm thing, to be able to do it online ahead of time and not have to sit in the line and wait for everybody to pay. That'd be kind of advantageous. So we'll have to see.
Well, somehow
see if
you
that comes around.
Somehow you're able to get parking passes because, as for Hot Shot Secret, I don't know if it's being a vendor or whatever, but last year Kyle was able to get us a parking pass. So somehow you got to be able to get them. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be another nice thing too for the people that are there for the whole show. I'm coming down. If I, when I get down there, I'll be there for all 3 days. It'd be nice just to pay one time and,
be done,
knowing that I'm going to come all 3 days. So, So then we got the Daytona 500 this weekend, Your Honor. You got any? You going to place any bets on that? You got anybody that you're going to root for, or anything going on for Sunday there for the big day?
I've given it no thought, none whatsoever. If I tune in at all, it probably doesn't start till 2, 3 in the afternoon. I'd watch the first.
I think everything. I think all the beginnings, all the accolades and everything in the beginning there. I think they all start at 1 or 1:30 or something. But yeah, I'm not sure what race time is. To the dropping of the green flag to. So I'm not sure, but I haven't even seen who's on the pole, or I haven't even, from that to know who's on the pole or where all anybody's going to be yet. So, of course, does that come up? That's still coming up this week, or did that get done already? They set all the other positions.
I'm not even. I mean, typically they had I don't know. This is Wednesday. Don't they have the duels thing Thursday, Friday, or whatever? Thursday and. I mean, Thursday night typically.
Okay, and then I knew they had that whole bunch of Bush Clash and that they did out on the West Coast or something to screw it all up.
Right.
But,
yeah.
I don't know, whatever it was, what we used to call the Bush Clash. It's not that anymore. But anyway, I don't know. Other than that, I guess that's about the only thing left to say is, did you catch that? Don't be a scarecrow.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Boy, that was quite a shot there. So I guess we'll just make sure everybody knows not to be a scarecrow. I don't know. We'll have to see where all this ends up. This could end up being something major by the time we get done with it, Your Honor. We'll have to see. So, anyways, well, you go out and do some due diligence and see what you can come up with.
All right, Horse Feathers. I'm looking here I was trying to pull it up. Via NAS. I haven't paid a hell of a lot of attention, quite honest. I knew we had the Bush Clash there, out there in Los Angeles on the 4th. Okay, so this is what, 14th? Yeah, it is correct. Thursday, the 15th. What is called the Blue Green Vacations. It's the duels. You got duel number 1 and duel number 2 at Daytona, which I guess that locks in who's going to be on the front row, right? The front row's locked in, and then this determines the rest of the field. The individual qualifying locked in the front row, I guess. I've lost track. Anyway, Sunday, it says 2:30 Eastern, Daytona 500, okay? So that's the schedule for the upcoming week. Going back to the duels, though, here a couple of weeks ago, we all recall we had the Pineapple Express, all the rain, the train of storms that was rolling into California. And we knew the forecast was 3 to 5 inches of rain in L.A. between Sunday and Tuesday that week. They moved the Clash up to Saturday. Apparently, a lot of people didn't even get official notification. They were not at all happy. After the fact, several had called, and I think Brain Dead was one that kind of alluded to the fact that they need to be done there. This was all a test. Apparently, that is correct. NASCAR has achieved its objective, and now it needs to tap another area as they look to increase their fan base. Now, even though NASCAR has yet to announce next year's, the 25 Busch Light Clash location, rumors already abounded to where it might be, where it might move. One rumor is going to Mexico. But whether NASCAR decides the non-points race will be, whether it will be a determining factor, if NASCAR keeps the event in early February, 2 weeks prior to the season opening Daytona 500, it's severely limited to where it can take it. Now, with the successful turning of the LA Coliseum into a quarter-mile racetrack, they've shown they can transform pretty much any venue into a racing facility. They wanted to tap the number 2 market urban area for new fans. They believe they achieved that objective in the first year at the Coliseum. In 2022, 70% of those who purchased tickets, they say, had never seen a NASCAR race. Now, they offered free admission to Saturday's event this year at the LA Coliseum. Attendance waned in 2023 as well as this year's event. The Orange County Register reported that for drivers, for weeks, drivers promoted discount tickets for tickets on their social media accounts. Marketing team were handing out leaflets about the clash across Los Angeles. Ben Kennedy, NASCAR Senior Vice President of Racing Development and Strategy, and NASCAR founder Bill France Sr.'s great-grandson, said the different marketing strategy was just new sales tactics in an aggressive market. But he described the third-year ticket sales as pretty much similar to the second. A few returning customers, a few new ones. Overall, the event did reach a new demographic, and that was kind of the ultimate objective there. All right, so the backlash from moving that race to Saturday, admitting folks for free, that didn't change when the race was moved up to Saturday because of the atmospheric river. Chase Elliott called the decision to move the race up a day a logical decision. I mean, despite it being the right decision, it probably cost NASCAR severely in ticket sales and television ratings, because also the broadcast was moved from Fox Television to Fox Sports 1. Back in the 1980s, when corporate America began using NASCAR as a marketing tool, those responsible for obtaining sponsorships viewed a sponsor as kind of a 3-year deal. At that time, the Summer and Winter Olympics were in the same year, and the teams made sure their sponsorships didn't expire in an Olympic year, since advertising dollars for those other projects were very scarce. Today, I think it's fair to say that a 3-year run still pertains to new experiments in racing. The dirt track at Bristol was used for 3 years. The newness, the uniqueness, it's wore off. It's gone. The Busch Light Clash and the Coliseum, they've had their 3-year run, and it's time to move on to a new venue. So probably won't be back there in L.A. next year. So where will it be? All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour. News break coming up here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Someone brought up the state of Washington. Yeah, it was Monkey Gouge earlier, where we shared last evening the new legislation to ban idling a big truck for 5 minutes, to actually include using an auxiliary power unit, an APU, for more than 5 minutes, which is insane. Totally separate deal. But this gives you this is what happens when you continue to vote in these leftist, Green New Deal people to represent your community or your state. In the state of Washington, the voters are pretty PO'd. They want an opportunity to repeal what is a controversial cap-and-trade program in the state, and they're taking the next step because they say higher fuel prices resulting from the program. That's the primary focus of the effort. In January of 23, Washington State implemented the Climate Commitment Act to require covered entities to reduce their total greenhouse gas emissions over the next 3 decades. As a result, industries that produce more than 25,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas yearly, as well as transportation-related gasoline and diesel exhaust, must reduce emissions to 95% below the 1990 levels by 2050. The implementation did not go over well with many people. An advocacy group known as Let's Go Washington has begun a petition drive shortly thereafter to obtain 324,000 and some odd signatures to qualify the question for the November ballot, which would be to repeal the cap and trade program. After getting over 400,000 signatures, the group filed Initiative 2117 with the Secretary of State. They verified the repeal pursuit has achieved the minimum number of signatures required to put it on the ballot. So now it heads to the legislature. Now, Washington, Let's Go Washington said this cap and trade in the state is causing lots of problems. Higher fuel prices, increased grocery costs, price increases on other goods in the supply chain. Washington State is approaching the $1 per gallon mark in fuel taxes due to this. I said, technically, the group says, in total, Washington drivers are now paid more than $1 per gallon in fuel taxes. All right, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive rolling into a Wednesday. Happy Valentine's Day. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. A shooting on the subway in New York City sent 5 people to the hospital and killed 1. Police responding to the Eden Ave station, finding 6 people shot, 4 men and 2 women between the ages of 14 and 71. One man, who was 34, died. The other victims had non-life-threatening injuries. 2 groups of teenagers started fighting on a platform around that time that a lot of kids take the subway home from school, and some people are leaving work. The shooter has not been caught. The Senate passed a $95.3 billion foreign aid bill with assistance for Ukraine and Israel in a vote early Tuesday morning that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was very pleased with.
It's certainly been years, perhaps decades, since the Senate passed a bill that so greatly impacts not just our national security, not just the security of our allies, but the security of Western democracy.
It also sets up a showdown with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who thinks that there shouldn't be more aid to Ukraine, and former President Trump, who thinks that the U.S. should stop foreign aid unless it's in the form of a loan. The judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing that case. This comes from allegations against Fani Willis of a personal relationship with the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, that may have financially benefited her. A hearing set for this week to address motions that seek the removal of Willis. Trump and his co-defendants are also trying to get the case dismissed. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A nationwide dairy recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak now includes products sold at Costco, Walmart, and other major retailers. The recalled products include snack wraps, taco kits, salad kits, and other foods sold with dairy ingredients made by Rizzo Lopez Foods Incorporated. Health officials have said evidence linked the company's dairy products to an ongoing deadly listeria outbreak that's been happening since 2014. At least 26 people got sick, 2 people died, and 23 were hospitalized in 11 states, according to the CDC. Super Bowl 58 was the most watched television broadcast in a generation. The amount of viewers estimated to be around 123.4 million, according to CBS, breaking any Super Bowl viewership record. So many people watched that it almost beat out the most watched TV broadcast of all time. That record set in 1969 when between 125 and 150 million people watched the Apollo 11 moon landing. The Chiefs will be celebrating their win at home with a parade tomorrow, Valentine's Day. It'll start around noon and go to about 1:45. You can watch the parade on the NFL Network or NFL.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The $10,000 men finish the job in Region 2 Super Farm. In Regions 3 and 4, stories of a saintly deer and a sinner IH. And father and son spend daddy's money to a championship in Hot Farm. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's next event is an invitational on the hallowed pulling grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center. The second annual Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals is set for Saturday, March 23rd at 5 p.m. Pro Stock tractors, modified minis, and super semis will be making return appearances, and this year they'll be joined by multi-engine modifieds. That's right, dragster chassis powered by 3 or 4 supercharged racing engines apiece will shake the rafters of Freedom Hall. See NTPAPULL.com for more event information and an exclusive link to early ticket purchases for NTPA fans. Or hit ntpa.tv to stream it live or on demand. But you don't have to wait until March for that live pulling fix. Cheer on your NTPA favorites at the National Farm Machinery Show Championship Tractor Pull from Wednesday, February 14th through Saturday the 17th. Live from Freedom Hall or online at watchpulling.tv. And now, here are your 2023 Regional National Super Farm and Hot Farm champions. Bill, Matt, and Steve Casey, Signet and New Baltimore, Ohio. Whoopie Maker, 2023 Region 2 Super Farm champions. The Caseys swung their way through a mostly Wolverine state-based tour and battled not only their fellow regional runners, but also the Michiganders that frequently visit. Between Whoopie and its Oliver ally Totally Exposed, the team opened the year with an 8-hook, 30-point streak. Outright wins came in Adrian, Findlay, and Centerville twice, and also at the Enderley and Bowling Green, where the latter earned them $10,000. Steve Yagi, Rochester, Minnesota. Holy smokes! The 2023 Region 3 Super Farm champion. It was another blessed year for our Midwest chaplain. But unlike its smothering performance in 2022, Holy Smokes was on a slow burn to start this season and was snuffed at 7th in Decorah. After that, Steve stoked Smokes to victories in 2 of its next 3 hooks, Eagle Grove and Monticello, and then hired shoe Matthew Lindstrom got another at Norwalk to outbustle Jeff Martine's 2-win Hustler for the championship. Chris Hales, Otterville, North Carolina, the Outlaw, the 2023 Region 4 Super Farm champion. 5 months after he qualified for the Enderley from Region 6, Hale started Region 4 in Lumberton. Both nights, the Outlaw was a step behind Caitlin McDonald's Red Mule and thus rolled into Raleigh in a 2-point hole. But in the red clay, Hales found the golden ticket. On Saturday, he outlasted Russell Mullen's effort on Nothing Special, and then he put down Daniel McDonald's Bad Boy on Sunday. The twin wins put his margin over the Mule at 4 points. Darren and Joseph Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. Daddy's Money, 2023 Region 2 Hot Farm champions. The Bombers' 66 started strong when Colton drove it to a win and a third in Shipshawana. From there, brother Joseph and daddy Darren took over, the younger Bomber being Money in Arcola. The top slot slipped away after Logansport and was not regained until a second in Greenville. Interim leaders were trailer mate I Got This and Everett Wilkerson. The latter clung to the lead with just one more at Hillsdale, where Joseph's 4th clinched the title. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There we go. A new day underway. Here comes Wednesday. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Hump Day. Happy Ash Wednesday. Take your pick. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Oddly enough, I mentioned this on the program there Tuesday morning. After going back over the weekend and watching the entire interview, Vladimir Putin being interviewed by Tucker Carlson, some interesting things, one of which I brought up was several times in that interview. Vladimir Putin alluded to the fact that he was ready. He had been open to discussions and actually had the paperwork ready to be signed. And the West apparently just threw it all out. Reuters News reporting this past day. Obviously, they garnered this from that same interview. Vladimir Putin suggesting he was open to the possibility of a ceasefire in the ongoing war against Ukraine. That suggestion was dismissed by American officials who were not interested in temporarily halting the ongoing hostilities. Citing 3 Russian sources, the wire service reported Putin sought through back channels and intermediaries to stop the fighting. That started in February of 22 when, of course, Russia invaded the former Soviet satellite republic neighbor. The contacts with the Americans came to nothing, according to one Russian source, who's said to have had first-hand knowledge about the peace talks that began last year and supposedly fell apart in recent weeks. A second source said American diplomats communicated to Moscow via intermediaries that no peace talks would take place without members of Ukraine's government at the table. A third source said everything fell apart with the Americans, who reportedly did not want to pressure Ukraine into a deal. Russia's sources indicated Putin's been interested in de-escalating the situation for a number of months. One of them said Putin was not surprised by the reaction from Washington, while another said the Americans involved in the discussions doubted the Russian president's sincerity. The Americans didn't believe Putin was genuine about a ceasefire, but he was and is. He's ready to discuss a ceasefire, but equally, Putin is also ready to fight on for as long as it takes, and Russia can fight for as long as it takes, another source tells Reuters. Now, these sources were all granted anonymity by Reuters. Meanwhile, an American involved with the reported ceasefire talks denied there had been any official contact with Russian leaders about pushing a pause button when it comes to the fighting. The reported peace talks took place at the end of last year in Turkey, and according to one of Reuters' sources, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, CIA Director Bill Burns, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were aware of them. Sullivan allegedly refused to speak with any of his Russian counterparts on the matter. The Kremlin and the White House both refused to comment on Reuters' reporting. But one thing that I mentioned last evening, Putin clearly addressed in that interview was that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has banned his country's diplomats from speaking with Russian government officials. No discussions. Reuters sources concluded the war will continue after Kremlin officials concluded any future peace talks with the American counterparts would be pointless. The details and supposed conditions of the proposed ceasefire were not shared. Now, The Week reported last month it is estimated Ukraine has suffered around 70,000 casualties in the 2-year war. Russia has lost 120,000 troops in the fighting. On early Tuesday morning, there were 22 Republican senators that voted with almost every single Senate Democrat to approve the new foreign aid package, the $95 billion we're hearing about to continue funding Ukraine's military. But again, it ain't going anywhere in the House. Mike Johnson immediately spoke out. He said he will not even consider voting on that package, ripping the bill for ignoring the crisis on the southern border, saying Americans deserve better. We deserve better than to see our tax dollars being sent overseas while our communities are besieged by this immigration issue. House Republicans were crystal clear from the very beginning of discussions that any so-called national security supplemental legislation must recognize national security begins at our border. He went on to say the House acted 10 months ago to help enact transformative policy change by passing the Secure Our Border Act. And since then, including today, the Senate has failed to meet the moment. Yeah, the Senate did the right thing last week, rejecting the Ukraine, Taiwan, Gaza, Israel immigration legislation due to the insufficient border provisions. It should have gone back to the drawing board to amend the current bill to include real border security provisions that would actually help end this ongoing catastrophe at the southern border. So realistically, I don't know if you've lost track, we have come full circle. We can go back. It's been at least 6 or 8 weeks ago when the Senate was talking about passing additional funding for you. What was it? The $160 billion package, if memory serves, divvied up amongst Ukraine, Israel, some of it going to Taiwan. Yeah, recall, but the House said absolutely no to any additional funding until we do something to secure our own border. So the Senate goes into their behind-closed-doors discussion with Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer working hand-in-hand. Langford of Oklahoma appointed to be the fall guy by Mitch McConnell, which ultimately, finally, last week, came up with what was ultimately once unveiled to the rest of Congress and the American people, a complete debacle of what they were trying to call a Secure Our Border bill, which would have done nothing to do so. So now we're back to square one. The Senate trying to pass legislation funding Ukraine, Israel, everything they tried to do all those weeks ago. And we're back to the House now saying, no. Again, the same stands today. We will do something to secure our border before we're going to give you another damn dime to send over to Ukraine and Israel. It's almost insanity. We've come full circle. Johnson said, now, in the absence of having received any single border policy change from the Senate, the House will have to continue to work on its own will on those matters. America deserves better than the Senate's status quo. Associated Press reported Schumer is banking that Johnson will take up the foreign aid package because it had bipartisan support in the Senate. Yeah, a.k.a. how many of those Republicans voted along with the Democrats. Now, Johnson did not rule out holding a vote on the bill or amending it with changes that he'd like to see. In other words, to add some true border security to it. Dysfunction in our nation's capital. That's all I can call it. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Happy Valentine's Day to all the great American women out there.
Yes, indeed.
God love them, Steve. Man, talking about Tucker and Putin's little powwow.
Yep.
Man, Steve, kind of bear with me here, man. There was some Hollywood guy. I don't know his name. He's a Hollywood guy. He was on a podcast, and it's kind of been going around. And he was like, man, I've been duped. He was talking about the North Carolina, the Charleston deal, where the media was only putting out part of Trump's speech where he said, hey, there was good people on both sides. Remember that deal?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Well, this guy was a hardcore leftist, and he was coming out saying, man, I was wrong. I've been duped. He went back and watched the full video and was like, what the hell? I wasn't told that. Steve, what I'm getting at here, man, I hope people don't take this the wrong way, but man, have we been duped? Have the American people been duped for how long now? Man, back in the day, Steve, you can remember, most of your listeners here, if Cronkite or Peter Jennings or Tom Brokaw didn't say it, man, it didn't happen. Or you didn't know that. There were 3 news medias, and that was it. All our realities are different, depending on where you grow up, when you grew up, all your life experiences, right, kind of dictates everybody's own personal reality here. I mean, inner city people obviously probably have a different reality than some country folks, right?
Absolutely, no doubt.
Steve, what I'm getting at here is come to find out. I mean, I didn't know it at the time, and found this out after Henry Kissinger passed. Now, he warned the United States about other countries being taken into NATO and getting closer and closer and closer to Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And in that interview, Putin made it clear, you guys kept getting closer and closer and closer.
But before he got to that point, did you notice that he brought up there was a time that was it with Bill Clinton where he had broached the idea of actually becoming a part of joining and being on NATO's side, and somehow that all fell through.
Steve, you just brought up the headline here I was getting ready to say. Are you kidding me? Is this true?
He said, we were looking to improve our relations on a global scale, that we wanted to be, more trade, more in agreement with the rest of the world. We wanted to be on that side, and they turned us down.
Steve, if this is true, boy, I'd like to see Clinton. I'd like to see Clinton deny this.
Well, that's who Tucker asked him about that. He said, go back. He said, go back and ask Bill. He knows it's true.
Yes,
I wouldn't have
sir.
said it if it wasn't true. Go ask Bill about it.
I believe it. Steve, I'm telling you, I believe the man. Now, you got to think back when this happened.
Yep.
It's back during the Clinton administration. This is soon after the fall of the Communist Party in Russia. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I have no doubt in my mind that was a true statement. And this world maybe, possibly, could be in a whole lot better situation if our government wasn't war hungry. When I look back at some of the things this government has done, were we duped? Thinking that Russia's the big evil people. I hope I'm not being misunderstood here.
I came away from that interview, Pappy. And I haven't even spoke to you about it. I mean, I came away from that interview after 2 hours, feeling the same way and questioning myself. Yeah, the way we were. I mean, I grew up in the Cold War era. We had our nuclear drills. Russia. They're out to get us. They're going to kill us. And then, of course, the fall of the Soviet Union. We were always. I've been taught from birth that Russia is the evil empire. But after listening to Putin, I mean, there's a reason he went back and explained all these things from many, many decades ago, and how our CIA and our government has influenced and actually refused to let them be a part of the world stage, to keep them as the evil guy. I wonder, can you trust Vladimir Putin to be saying anything true? But yeah, when you listen to said go back and ask your leader, Tucker. Go back and ask Bill about it. He'll confirm what I said is true.
That's just heartbreaking, man, if all this is true, to be honest about it. And Steve, and here's the thing. Once again, if we all knew D.C. was corrupt, man, I've said this till we're blue in the face and probably tired of hearing it. We all knew how corrupt they were. but we didn't know the extent until Trump got elected. It really opened a lot of people's eyes on what the hell is going on here. What are these people capable of? Another thing Tucker said, I don't know, he gave a speech at the World Government Conference. It was pretty interesting. It's about maybe 20, 30 minutes long. But Tucker said he was surprised when he got to Moscow and seeing Moscow and he said everybody was so friendly. The city was clean. There was no crime. And he said it's a leader's responsibility to make sure that their people, right, have a decent living, man. And he said, you can say what you want about Putin, but he was taken back by what it was like in Russia.
In that case, I can't help but wonder when we brought Xi Jinping in to the United States in the total proverbial crap hole of San Francisco, Xi Jinping might have been pretty impressed how everything was mighty damn clean that week, at least, right?
Yeah. Pulling the wolves over everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you can't.
One of Tucker's point was, our leaders aren't taking care of our people like this. Our cities are holes.
Yep, shish kebab holes, yes.
Literally. Feces in the street. People just walk out in the middle of the street, Steve, and urinate on the street, on the sidewalk. What the hell has happened to us?
Yeah, open air drug use, proverbial zombies, stretched up and down the streets of all. For the longest time, it was like Philadelphia, right? The streets of Kensington. But now more and more, it's in Arizona, it's in California, it's in New York. I mean, all over this country, we're becoming pretty much a zombie nation with the drugs, the fentanyl that continues to pour in. But hey, let me pause there. Get a news break. Hey, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. In January, inflation slightly surpassed expectations. Recent government data reveals that the Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3% last month, reflecting higher expenses for goods and services for Americans. The Senate has approved a $95 billion aid package featuring significant allocations for Israel and Ukraine. Despite passing with a 70-29 vote, its prospects in the Republican-controlled House remain uncertain. The NYPD is sharing images of two suspects involved in the fatal subway shooting at Mount Eden Station Monday. Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny.
Once the groups come together on the train, there's a verbal dispute that quickly leads to a physical fight. As the train is pulling into the station at Mount Eden, one round is fired inside of the train car.
A 35-year-old man who was an innocent bystander was killed in that shooting, while 5 others sustained injuries. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, our number, 844-844-3388. Going to get back to Pappy. We kind of left off discussing what, as he put it, what in the hell happened to this country? What are we doing? Last week, you probably by now, most of us have seen the video. Last Wednesday, a week ago today, I guess it was, the shocking video that went viral via social media. You got the guy ripping iPhones and Apple merchandise from the store display in California. Yeah, the video was actually recorded Monday a week ago in Emeryville, California, a little town along the bay on Oakland's northern border. Got a young black guy in a black ski mask, designer gym shoes, rampaging through the Apple store, ripping the iPhones and other Apple electronics from their theft prevention tethers, and just shoving them all down his pants. Stomps out of the store. The video ends as he's kind of stalking across the street to his awaiting car, which he had double parked right in front of the store. First went video viral on TikTok, 2 million views in a day. Then when it hit X, formerly Twitter, like 9 million views in a day. Now, while it was outrageous enough that the crook was so brazen that he could spend, he spent several minutes ripping this merchandise off the store's displays. He went from one aisle to the next right in front of all the patrons in the middle of the day. But at the end, what happened at the end is sadly emblematic of the Democrat Party's failed policies when it comes to law and order in this country. As he left the store, he walked right past what you could see is a police car. Perfectly clear, he was not afraid of having any issues from law enforcement. Walked right past the cop car, didn't even glance at it, like it wasn't even there. Well, fact is, he may as well have, because there was no officer in the car, they say. The car was simply what they call a sham car, an empty vehicle. Yeah, police admitted that the car was a meaningless, what they call a ghost car. The vehicle was in front of the store as a ghost car parked. They do this at various locations to make it seem like there's a police presence to try and prevent criminal activity. But no officer was present at the time. All right. This is not the first time the Apple store was hit. Thousands of dollars in electrics taken. Cron also noted that a store in the nearby Berkeley area was hit with 58 iPhones worth nearly $1,000 each, 10 laptops, all retailing for more than $2,000 were taken. Similar thefts occurring all over the country. All these Democrat-run cities, New York, Chicago, San Fran, Washington, D.C., Detroit, you go on and on. Retail theft has become such a nationwide scourge that many retailers are closing locations in the most troubled spots. So why does this happen, you ask? Because you got the left wing, the left-leaning, the George Soros prosecutors and extremist Democrat city leaders refusing to prosecute crimes, pretty much just telling the crooks, you've got a license to steal, and there will be no consequences. The reaction against the police that swung to the soft-on-crime policies in the wake of the death of George Floyd. I mean, nearly 4 years have passed since then. By now, have we not noticed what a disaster for every community that they were intended to help? When are they going to realize it was just a fantasy? A fantasy that you're not going to have police on the streets. We're going to have counselors. I don't know. Maybe we should have had a counselor walk up to that young man in the Apple store and explain, ask him what's wrong in your life. Why are we having such violent? Welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, thanks for rolling me over, Steve. Yeah, I saw that video, and I guess you just got to ask yourself, when are things going to get bad enough to where all of the American people wake up and realize that these Democrat leftist policies do not work?
Failure.
Bongino's got a statement. Are Republicans the answer to all of our problems? Absolutely not. But the Democrats are the cause of all our problems. Back to Putin real quick, Steve, and I want to talk about cackles for a minute. Back in World War II, man, they were our allies. We were both fighting fascism, right? And I get it. After World War II, we had that Cold War here. But, Steve, after the USSR fell, right, when our great president was able to manufacture by outspending them on war machines, the Soviet Union fell, man. And I'm starting to think we had a chance to maybe mend with them and become friends. And like Putin said, he asked to become members of NATO. They could have been our friends instead of our allies. And now you got Russia, who is teamed up with China because they're probably thinking, well, we tried with the U.S. and they didn't want no part of it. A couple weeks ago, I was telling you how Poland was sounding the alarm. I seen all these. Somebody posted something on something else. It was that Russia's talking nuclear war.
Yep.
Russia threatens nuclear war. Well, if you read the whole line, it stated if Poland attacked Russia, and Putin actually said that in Tucker's interview. They got no interest in Poland. They're going to attack Poland. They mean nothing to me. But if they attack Russia, we will defend ourselves. I don't know.
And then I guess in the same point, you say, well, Russia attacked Ukraine, but I guess he was trying to give his rationale, his explaining to the people why they had to make that move.
He explained it, I thought, very well. When you put yourself, listen, there's always two sides to every story, and then somewhere in the middle there's the truth. And I thought if you put yourself in a Russian seat, right, look at it in their view, he went back to the history and explained why Ukraine is Russia. And he went and explained why he did. Is because NATO was approaching and getting closer and closer. And there was videos of Cackles, our vice president, during a press conference saying that Ukraine should become a part of NATO. Russia warned the United States, do not do it or it's going to get ugly. It'd be no different if, like when Russia put them missiles down on Cuba, if they put some missiles down on Mexico, what would we do, man? We would be saying, get the hell out of there. That's exactly what we did, because this government and the military-industrial complex wants war to line their pockets with money. They have never these globalists have no idea really what war is like. I've never fought in a war, but Steve, I've seen a lot of ugly things working the streets here.
Yep.
You know, and a lot of men come back from Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, Korea, World War II. And I'm sure, man, there's a lot of them could sit down and we've heard the stories on what war's like. We know. Fortunately, with the United States, we haven't actually had to physically experience it here in our homeland in recent times.
Yep.
But like I said a few months ago, man, you go back to World War II and look at Europe, Steve, it was leveled, man. You walk outside your home, there's dead bodies, half bodies, body parts laying all around, people dead. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people dead. Let's go on to Cackles real quick, man. I'm going to get off of here, Steve.
Yeah, I saw you've sent me a couple of headlines, and I've seen that. Now, and when she says she is ready to serve, now, is she going, because she has to start the process, right, by stating that Joe Biden is incapable of handling his duties. Is she going to go that far? Or?
Dave, what she is doing, she's saying, listen, you get rid of Biden, you better not get rid of me, or I'm going to play the race card, man. Remember a couple months ago, I said, listen, the Democrats can't have Gavin Newsom. They can't kick Kamala off to the side and have this white guy come in.
Yeah.
That's not diversity. Man, are you kidding me? They can't do that. Now, she's just giving the wink, wink, nod, nod. Listen, man, better not pass me over. She will throw out that race card. She can't throw out that race card. She can't play that if Michelle Obama says yes to the Democratic Party.
That's kind of your line of thinking, huh?
Yes, sir. All right, man, I have taken enough of your time. I appreciate it, Steve. Let somebody else get in here. And everybody, please be safe.
Hang on a second.
Hey, I want to interject something into this conversation y'all's having about this. Have we been duped? Pappy, hello. Yes, we've been duped very, very bad. Now, this same conversation that y'all's having tonight, me and a gentleman had it about a month ago. About, if Russia is really as bad as what we've been portrayed for them to believe, now, let me tell you about an experience I had back in 2000. I was down at the port of Jacksonville unloading. That's when America, Russia was starving to death, right? So America was shipping tons of chicken and pork and everything over to Russia. And we were unloading onto a Russian trawler that they had refrigeration and raining and snowing a little bit down there, believe it or not, for Jacksonville. So they closed the reefer door where they couldn't unload nothing else, so we had to lay over. And I told them boys, I said, hey, look, I done played this game before. I said, tonight we going over there to that bar, and when them Ruskies come off that damn ship, we going to entertain them. So, we were sitting there. We were sitting there, and I seen them take off with the bar. I said, all right, boys, let's go. So we go over there, and they're all sitting there, and I said, you the captain? He said, yes, sir, I'm the captain, in perfect English. I'm talking about perfect English. And he says, can I help you? I said, well, I want to buy you a drink. I said, how would you like some good vodka? He said, the hell with vodka. Me want Jack Daniels, Black Label. I said, bring the whole bottle over here for the whole crew. So me and this captain started having a conversation. I said, hey, man. I says, how in the hell do you talk such good English? He said, okay. He said, back during the Cold War, Russia had set up cities like America. The children were educated to speak English because they were figuring that, if there was a nuclear war or Russia took over America, America took over Russia, they would have the upper advantage on the Americans because they could talk the English and everything. So me and him, went on into conversation. And I said, let me ask you one thing. And I said, I want you to tell me something. I said, supposedly y'all went freedom. He said, yeah, worst thing ever happened to Russia. I said, well, wait a minute now. You got your freedom. He said, well, yeah, we got freedom, all right. But he said every Russian mob in the country took over the country.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And I mean, he said it's past. I mean, it's just chaos over there. And he said, I sent my children to the United States to be educated in y'all's colleges. And he said, time as they get educated, he said, I will probably move them back to Russia. And if they want to leave Russia, they can go where they want to. But I mean, this guy really opened my eyes to what you were saying earlier, Pappy, about, at the 6 o'clock news, if Peter Jenner, Dan Rather, I mean, Huntley, Brinkley, and all them, they was the law. When they said it, that was it. And, growing up, we'd had them air raid drills and nuclear, what to do. I mean, up until probably 2000, on the front of every logbook cover in America, it had what to do in a nuclear event. I mean, telling you to go to the nearest law facility or whatever.
Yeah, bomb
and
shelters.
they would direct you to safe haven.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, this guy really had. I mean, he opened my eyes up to how we have been lied to about all the Rusky want to do is drop a bomb on us and kill us. He said that's not what it's all about, man. He said really it's not. He said we don't hate America. America hates us. And he told me something that just floored me in this conversation. He said, you know something? If you wanted to take over our country, all you'd have to do is load a C-5 airplanes full of Levi's and Nike tennis shoes and come over there and say that everybody wanted to be in America gets a pair. He said, y'all could have Russia overnight. I mean, and I mean, it was a real. I wish I could have taped it, but I mean, this guy taught fluent English, and so the next morning we got ready to leave. We were first trucks to go in and unload because we gave him our truck numbers. Where we was at in the load line. He called for us. He unloaded us, and we was getting ready to pull out. He was hanging out over the bridge, blowing the ship horn, waving at us. But I agree with what y'all's talking about. Have we been duped? We've been duped some more kind of serious. I mean, really, really bad. We have been duped. So,
well, if the two-time world championship manure hauler says it, it must be true.
Hey, that's 3-time champion meat hauler, baby. 3 times. I can't be 2 times. I got to be 3 times. But I just want to interject that in there with y'all because y'all was talking so much truth. I mean, we're not the only ones thinking like that. There's a bunch of Americans out here thinking the same lines that we're talking about tonight.
Wow, interesting.
Gouger, I think it comes down to the simple fact. The average person living on this planet, man, all they want to do is raise a family, put food on the table, have a happy life, maybe take a vacation once in a while, but government's got to stick their nose in everything and ruin it. That's
Exactly.
Just be happy, man. But I'll get off here.
That's
I'll
it.
let you finish up, man.
Hey, look here. It was good talking to you. Now you can lay the donut down and go back to work. We'll talk to you later.
All right, Pappy, have a good morning. Gouger, thank you for chiming in. There you go. Frees up a couple lines there at 844-844-3388. Well, who's been scammed as of late? According to the Federal Trade Commission, a lot of us were scammed in 2023. United States saw a record high in financial losses due to fraud. Victims losing a total of $10 billion last year, up from $8.9 billion the previous year. The number of victims rose to approximately 690,000, up from 624,000 in 2022. Imposter scams were the most reported, but investment scams led to the highest financial losses, exceeding $1.1 billion. Business imposter scams also increased by 18% compared to the previous year. The majority of international scams originating, they say, from Canada, the United Kingdom, China, India, and Australia. Fraud cases and losses varied by age. Those aged 30 to 39 reporting the highest number of incidents. Individuals over the age of 80 suffering the greatest financial losses. Obviously, in many cases, losing their life savings, right? Romance scams, according to the Washington Examiner, significantly impacting the age group of 40 to 69 years old, Whereas investment scams were common across all ages, except for those over 80 who were mainly targeted by prize and lottery scams. Yeah, I get the call like, hey, this is Investors, Clearing House, whatever you're a winner. But to claim your prize, it's going to cost you blah, 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 $500 in transaction fees or those sort of things. And ultimately, they look to get your bank account number, checking account number. These poor older people are willing to open up. They give out too much information. Very, very sad, targeting the elderly, right? Work their entire lives to have it all swept right out from under them. All right, Jolly Green Giant will join us as we come back from the news break. Vic is on board and lines available at 844-844-3388. One of the girls out there that Pappy likes is the Kari Lake, who this past day said the National Republican Senatorial Committee endorsed Kari Lake. Kari Lake, one of the most talented candidates in the country, building an effective campaign operation that has what it takes to flip Arizona's Senate seat come November, according to the NRSC's chair, Steve Daines of Montana. I'm proud to endorse Kari Lake for the United States Senate, he said. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, the number 3 Republican in the Senate, who's also endorsed Lake, said, quote, Kari's doing everything she needs to put together a winning campaign. All this one day after Rand Paul of Kentucky and Matt Gaetz of Florida announced their endorsements of Kari Lake as well. The list continues to grow. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific is approved by a 70-29 vote. And now it heads to the House. President Biden is calling out former President Donald Trump, who he believes is influencing some Republicans to vote no on the bill.
Trump gave an invitation to Putin to invade some of our allies, NATO allies. He said if an ally didn't spend enough money on defense, he would encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want, end of quote. Can you imagine a former president of the United States saying that? The whole world heard it. The worst thing is he means it.
Prescription drug prices are a concern for many Americans when it comes to health care costs, and the President's Inflation Reduction Act aims to address that. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen delivering remarks on the issue in Pittsburgh.
The IRA helps level the playing field by allowing Medicare to negotiate prices for key prescription drugs. This is projected to reduce the deficit by over $95 billion.
After President Biden's re-election campaign joined TikTok over the weekend, some lawmakers are continuing to voice concerns over the app being a potential risk to national security. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher reacts on Fox News.
Those who have invested in ByteDance, if they ever want the company, if they ever want TikTok to go public in the U.S., there's no way that's going to happen under the current ownership structure. So we have to have a complete separation going forward to alleviate the national security concerns.
More than 45 million Americans from eastern Pennsylvania to Massachusetts are being impacted by a major winter storm. FlightAware reporting at least 1,200 flights across the country have been delayed or canceled Tuesday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A food recall you should know about if you shop big retail. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
A nationwide dairy recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak now includes products sold at Costco, Walmart, and other major retailers. The recalled products include snack wraps, taco kits, salad kits, and other foods sold with dairy ingredients made by Rizzo Lopez Foods Incorporated. Health officials have said evidence linked the company's dairy products to an ongoing deadly listeria outbreak that's been happening since 2014. At least 26 people got sick, 2 people died, and 23 were hospitalized in 11 states, according to the CDC.
The State Department is continuing their efforts to retrieve 2 Americans jailed in Russia, veteran Paul Whelan and Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, and to free hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaking about American hostages being held around the world.
Our citizens are not human bargaining chips. They are not political pawns. If any country wrongfully holds any of our people, we will hold them accountable.
With no winner in Monday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Wednesday, Valentine's Day, is set for an estimated $285 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, temperatures, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. I think it's just after 2 a.m. Central Time. Meaning in short order, it's time to bring out the mounted patrol. Get the horses on the streets. Clear the streets in New Orleans. The big party's over. It'll take them a while to get them off the streets, but that's it. Mardi Gras in the books. Ash Wednesday. Sober up. Or Valentine's Day, for that matter. Welcome in. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Promise we get to Jolly Green Giant. Here we go. Another hour. Morning, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Rambler, I hope you're listening tonight. The Jolly Green Giant is definitely going to nail the coffin shut. I'm going to tell you, I've been saying it for years. I've been telling Flash here at work. He's been preaching for 5 years that we're going to go to war with Russia. We're going to go to war with China. And I've been saying for the entire 5 years, no, we're not. We're not going to war with Russia. We're not going to war with China. China and Russia are not the problem. Now, you want Jolly Green Giant to tell you what the real problem is?
I'd love to know.
I suggest you read the Bible. Read the Bible. First of all, the problem is not Russia. They are not our enemies, and neither is China. The problem is the Middle East. There's your problem. There's your troublemakers. I mean, okay, let's go back. Let's go back, turn the clock back to September 11th. Who initiated that? Who? Islam. Islam. There's no such thing as freedom of religion when it comes to them. No. You either believe in Muhammad or we kill you. They hate Jews. They hate Christians. We're infidels to them. There's our problem. I've been saying for quite a few years, keep your eyes on the Middle East. Keep your eyes on Israel. There is where our problem is. All right? Where has the United States been? Every time you turn around, we're in the Middle East. Every time you turn around. And now look what's going on with Israel. Okay? Look what's going on. And I've been saying it, that Russia is not our problem, and neither is China. And a lot of your Christians and Jews know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm hoping the Rambler hears what I'm saying. I'm sure he's going to agree with what I'm saying. Now, let's talk about the crime in the United States. Let's talk about homeless and the poor. We're giving all of these millions and millions of dollars to Ukraine. All of these millions and millions of dollars to Israel. Why? Why are we doing that? Why are we not taking care of American people? Why are we not taking care of the poor, the homeless? Why are we not taking care of our veterans who are in that situation? Why not? Okay? Well, and another problem, we got an open border. All right? And Pappy, I want to say thank you for being a police officer. I am a supporter of our officers. I am a supporter of enforcing crime. I have no problem with what guys, men and women, do out there. I support that. Plain and simple. We got to stop the crime. All right? I got to turn the clock back 2,000 years. Got nothing to do with the Bible now. Now we're going to talk about what tore the Roman Empire apart, because that's what's going on in the United States right now. Immorality, okay? We need to get back to God. We need to start believing in what this country was built upon, freedom of religion and believing in God. Instead, if I feel like we're being torn apart, we're being encouraged to do direct opposite. I got to be honest with you. Thank God for Trump, and I hope he does get back in there. I don't know what else to say. But guys, Russia is not the problem, and neither is China. If Islam wants to destroy America and countries like of America, plain and simple, and that's where our problem is. That's what happened in September 11th, and guys, I can't believe we're forgetting about that.
Right.
It wasn't Russia that did that. It wasn't China that did that, and it sure wasn't Korea either. Guys, why are we talking about Russia and China? Why? Guys, we need to be worried about the Middle East and Islam. That is what's tearing this world apart. This is Jolly Green's opinion, and I encourage all you to think about what I'm saying. Go back and look at September 11th, and you'll find out what I'm saying is true. I'm fully convinced that whatever happens to this world is going to happen in the Middle East. I'm fully convinced of that. And Rambler, I encourage you to call in and explain it even farther, because that is where we need to worry about. We need not to worry about Putin or the leader of China. These guys they don't hate America. They don't. They may hate our government, but they don't hate America. I think Islam does. The Muslims do. They hate us. They hate the Jews. Plain and simple. Guys, that's what we need to be watching for. We need to worry about Islam tearing us apart. I will never bow down to Allah, ever. Never. I will die first. That is just how I feel. This is just one man's opinion. So either way, I just thought I'd call in, chime in. I got a hair up my butt tonight, but I want to thank you, Pappy, for calling in. I support everything you say, man. I do. Even though I don't live in the area where you patrol, I live on the other side of town. And to be honest with you, I just want to say thank you for serving our people and trying to keep us crime-free. That's what we need to be worried about. So, just my opinion, Steve.
Hey, that's what we're here for. It's all about opinions, and we all got one. Like several other things we've all got, but all right, thank you much, Jolly Green. Yes. That it's Middle East is undoubtedly a big concern. To some extent, I think we many in this country have kind of lost sight. We've become complacent. Look in the days after September 11 of 2001. There was much discussion. We were all keenly aware. And at the same time, though, communism has vowed to take this country over without ever firing a shot. I do believe, communism, there's still that push. And one step at a time, they're incrementally working their way into this country. Brainwashing the younger generation, one generation after another, willing to just kind of fall into the trap. I don't want to totally disregard the likes of China or Russia. Personally, I feel China is a bigger threat than Russia. I don't think China honestly wants to go one-on-one with the United States for logical reasons, but I do believe at some point they're going to try to return Taiwan to take control back there in order to keep us from interfering with that. I don't have any doubt in my mind that they will hit the American people, the infrastructure. Yeah, we've talked about the hacking, the cyber operations. A good chance it may be one of those deals where, well, we don't really know where it came from. We can't tell. It might have emanated from China. It may have emanated from North Korea. Yeah, we just don't know. So if you don't have the proof, the evidence, who to blame? But I think that's just something to, hey, be aware of, be prepared, right? Hey, we got our Facebook promotion going this week. Facebook contest, I guess we should call it. Your chance to win a Big Rig Duo pack from Hot Shot Secret. It's very simple. When you go to your Facebook page and just follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And all you have to do is go to the comments and say, Hot Shot Secret. Just by typing in Hot Shot Secret, that's an entry. You can do that for the next several weeks. Contest will be announcing winners every Friday. And by the way, the Big Rig Duo it's a $200 value package. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's why it is the Big Rig Duo. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That's simple. 844-844-3388. Artificial intelligence. All right, 2024 is here, and concerns more and more of artificial intelligence trying to influence the elections. At least 6 major technology companies are planning to sign an agreement this week that would guide how they try to put a stop to the use of artificial intelligence tools to disrupt our elections. Now, the upcoming event at the Munich Security Conference in Germany comes as more than 50 countries are due to hold national elections this year. Attempts at artificial intelligence-generated election interference have already started. If you recall, the artificial intelligence robocalls sounded like Joe Biden was on the other end of the line in New Hampshire, trying to discourage people from voting in the primary election last month there. In a critical year for global elections, technology companies are working on an accord to combat the deceptive use of artificial intelligence targeted at voters. A joint statement from several tech companies this past day. Adobe, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, TikTok, and others, supposedly working jointly toward progress on this shared objective. We hope to finalize and present the details this Friday at the Munich Security Conference. Now, they all declined to share any details of what's in the agreement. Many have already said they're putting safeguards on their own generative AI tools that can manipulate images and sound, while also working to identify and label AI-generated content so that the social media users know if what you're seeing is actually real. That's where we've come to in this day and age. Yeah, there was a time, remember when we'd say, well, I got to see it to believe it. Well, now you can see it, and you don't necessarily know that you want to believe it. It may not be real. X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, was not mentioned in the statement. They did not respond to a request for comment this past day, according to the report from Newsmax.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, meanwhile, under industry headlines, there is a paid truck parking facility that opened at a former Phoenix Yellow terminal this week. The 11-acre facility, 43rd Avenue in Phoenix, sold to Semi-Stow, part of the Yellow bankruptcy sale. This terminal features cross docks, office space, truck maintenance shops, truck parking. This is the third Semi-Stow location in the Phoenix area, and it's just 10 minutes from Interstate 10. Semi-Stow's other two Phoenix area locations are already full, they say, leading the company to the decision to open up a third. New location will offer 300 truck parking spaces that renters can use for parking, storing, or staging trucks and trailers. Spaces can be rented by the spot or even by the acre at a daily or even a monthly rate. Our Phoenix expansion, direct response to the surging customer demand for our fleet yards, according to the CEO of Semi-Stow. Trucking companies of all sizes stand to benefit from more accessible, secure parking in the greater Phoenix area, and we look forward to expanding our relationship with nearby enterprise fleets who increasingly use our yards for a strategic trailer positioning or drop and hook relays. Semi-Stow is a network of truck parking yards available for use by companies and owner-operators willing to pay for secure, modern parking, was the statement. See what Vic has on his mind here on a Wednesday morning. Vic, what's going on?
A whole lot of everything. Yeah, you wouldn't want to know what I have on my mind. But anyway, I am intending to go down to the truck show later today there. And the reason I'm going down there, you were mentioning about the that dairy disease. Well, shoot, I can't believe that. I can't believe I can't think of that. But anyway, listeria, because it's very common in the dairy industry.
Yeah.
And they have these mega dairies, and these cows, they have automatic milkers and everything. They can just walk in the stall when they feel like the cows can just walk in the stall when they feel like they want to be milked, and then they'll get feed and water and everything else. And I'm kind of curious what they're doing to sanitize them before they start getting milk. And the other thing, too, is the cost of all the meat and all that. Supposedly the average farmer, not the big corporations, they're losing money on every hog and every beef cow that they produce. So just a few little things that I wanted to kind of get caught up on. And I'd seen that Hot Shot Secret was going to have a booth down there, and had a strange thing happen to me. Of course, my car is 20 years old, and the fuel cap finally wore out, and the check engine light came on. But that's all part of the emission control system. So anyway, I was just going to stop and talk to them there a little bit, see if they had stable there, if they'd ever ran into that problem, or if they had some additive that I could put in, because I went and got the new cap, but I don't know. A gas cap's not like the old time one was. Had that little pinhole thing in there. They've got a valve in there, and it's supposed to maintain pressure, and it's kind of odd in a way. The daggone thing costs $20, and some of them, if you get a locking one, they could run as high as $50. And I thought, Jesus Christ, who would think that on a gas cap? And that's the other thing I was talking. You'd be talking about farmers, and a combine now it costs you $1 million, and they won't even think twice about it. Tractors, they're through the roof, and if you get, I'll probably have this backwards, but yeah, I think they're all trying to get the Tier 1 that doesn't have the updated emission stuff on it, because the Tier 2 is a little bit complicated, or vice versa. And the Tier 1s almost bring, if it's in good shape, almost bring as much as the brand new Tier 2 one. So just a few little things I want to get caught up on. And most of the people I used to go with, they're either dead or too sick to walk around, because you know how big that is, the crowds. And I'm hoping I get down there. I hope I picked the right day. There's one day that I think every FFA kid in Kentucky and Indiana shows up down there, and that's always pretty interesting, because well, you can just imagine what the high school kids running around there and everything. But I mean, not to create any problems,
right?
But
Right, just a lot of the big crowd to try to walk through.
Yes, and they're always in groups, So, but anyway, what I really called in about was this whole Russian thing. Gorbachev, Putin was talking and everything. Now, remember, Putin was part of the whole corruption thing there, too. But when we had the Soviet Union collapsed and Ronald Reagan, they were talking about the peace dividend and all this other stuff. And then George H.W. Bush, he got elected. And somehow, some way, it turned in that we were sending pressure pumps over there for their gas pipelines and everything else. There were a lot of Texas oil people that went over there, and we had sabotaged a lot of that equipment before it went over there, and Russia was having pipelines blowing up, and then whenever the Russians invaded Afghanistan there, then that's whenever they created the Mujahideen, and Osama bin Laden, the CIA put him in charge of that. You see how that worked out. But the farm thing at the time, that was all big, what they call collective farms.
Okay. Well, we got to pause there. So,
USA News Update. In January, inflation slightly surpassed expectations. Recent government data reveals that the Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3% last month, reflecting higher expenses for goods and services for Americans. The Senate has approved a $95 billion aid package featuring significant allocations for Israel and Ukraine. Despite passing with a 70-29 vote, its prospects in the Republican-controlled House remain uncertain. The NYPD is sharing images of two suspects involved in the fatal subway shooting at Mount Eden Station Monday. Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny.
Once the groups come together on the train, there's a verbal dispute that quickly leads to a physical fight. As the train is pulling into the station at Mount Eden, one round is fired inside of the train car.
A 35-year-old man who was an innocent bystander was killed in that shooting, while 5 others sustained injuries. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, where did we leave off there? We'll get back to Vic. He's going to give us a little history lesson as to who created what. We left off kind of with the Mujahideen and whatnot, yes.
Yeah, well, the Mujahideen, that was part of what caused the collapse of the Soviet Union, was whenever Russia invaded Afghanistan, and a lot of those soldiers and military people, they got hooked on morphine, and that kind of affected them. And then they had the local resistance, which we backed the Mujahideen, and that eventually became Al Qaeda. But that wasn't the plan at the time. That's what happened. But Russia, or the Soviet Union, they also had a lot of Muslim provinces, all the stands over there, you know, they talk about Kazakhstan and all that. And they had always given Russia a lot of problems. And when Stalin came along, he kind of sat down on them with a armed fist, and they worked the Muslim provinces. People that came from there to serve in the military, they weren't very well treated. So anyway, they had a lot of problems already there with the Muslims, even before all this other stuff that cranked up later. But the other thing that was the main thing I want to talk about was the farming thing. They had the big collective farms over there, and whenever the Soviet Union collapsed, people find it's hard to believe, but the average Soviet had a lot of money in the banks, but it was all in rubles, and they couldn't convert it to hard currency. But Russia also had a lot of gold in their deposits, and the feeling was that if the Soviet Union or Russia could integrate into the Western thing, that then that would allow the people in Russia that had money in their banks as rubles, that would increase. And the Soviet Union was supposed to be more of a consumer society, because the quick example of that was Russia had some of the best computer programmers at the time, but it was illegal for a Russian to own a computer at that time. And their cars, you know, their vehicles weren't anything to brag about, and they were going to try to upgrade all that. And Gorbachev was the one, you know, his perestroika and glasnost, and it was supposed to kind of take place through the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and all the Eastern European things, in which that we would be able to create a trading vehicle through them and eventually integrate into to Russia. Well, somewhere along the line, somebody got excited on our side about the fact that Gorbachev wouldn't burn his communist card. And I used to say to everybody, yeah, I know he won't. I can't even think Gorbachev's first name right now. But anyway.
Mikhail Gorbachev.
Yeah, Mikhail Gorbachev. There you go. Thank you. Anyway, I said, yeah, he won't burn his communist card, and Raisa, she won't burn her American Express card, you know, because I don't know if you remember her or not, but she used to dress to the nines and go on shopping trips, and their daughters were both doctors, and of course, I don't know what Raisa was, but Mikhail was a lawyer, and he had actually been against Stalin for a long, long time, because Stalin used to make fun of a lot of those people, and then he went through Khrushchev and all those, and there was a little subset there in Russia that really didn't believe in that Stalinist, Leninist type of communism, and they had all these people around the world they were happy that Russia or the Soviet Union was having to support, and it was breaking them. And then Reagan came along and cranked up the arms race, and finally they just kind of gave up, and Gorbachev made the trip and told all these people, that dictators he'd been supporting, and said, you know, hey, you're going to have to kind of loosen up here, or get new leadership or whatever. And many of those people, like old Castro and the guy over there in Romania, they didn't buy that, and they thought Russia would come to their aid if they cracked down on the people, and they didn't. So that's kind of what got it all started. But back to the collective farms are supposed to be broken up in his idea and given to the people could buy parts of that individual farm. Well, the Russians were so fearful of the state at that time, all the farmers thought it was some type of trick, and they wouldn't buy the farms and everything. Well, as I think it was, I don't know what those story was. There was monkey gouger, but he's right. The people that would buy those farms was the mobs, Poland, all of them, Ukraine. That was who had the money, and they would buy it. And this mafia thing, I don't know exactly how they got started in those communist countries, but they did. And somehow, some way, people in this country, in our intelligence agencies, thought it would be good to have a relationship with those organized crime figures. And they started bringing some of them over here to America. And the one example I heard of was that one of the Ukrainians that they brought in down there to Texas, they had our intelligence agencies, we had to kind of break ranks with him because the Mexican people at that time who was taking over smuggling drugs from the Colombians, they had the Mexicans had put in a request for a submarine, and things were so corrupt in Russia at that time, and they couldn't keep track of everything, that this Ukrainian said, "What do you want, a diesel one or a nuclear one?" And so that's when they realized how bad the corruption was in Russia after they had the coup against Gorbachev, and they put Boris Yeltsin in place. And then Putin, I think he was mayor of Moscow. But anyway, Boris Yeltsin wanted Putin to follow because there had been so much corruption in the Yeltsin organization. And he had also coordinated with some, not the crime figures, but also some of our business leaders here in this country. And when you were talking about that deal with Putin saying, that they wanted to do things with the West or coordinate, in that interview with Tucker Carlson, I suspect that's what he was talking about, but I don't think he really wanted to explain the whole thing of what all happened. And I was kind of Pollyannish at the time because that's whenever I was a commodity broker, and I thought we were Russian. We were going to get together on the oil, and Lord, there was so much rebuilding that needed to be done in Russia because they were still back in the dark ages as far as highways and different businesses, hotels, motels. I mean, there was a world of building that needed to go on there, and I thought that we were going to have kind of an economic boom there working with Russia, but it just kind of all went bust. And Poland kind of switched to Poland for a little bit there. Poland did allow their farmers to own property, but the thing of it was these small farmers that they thought they could sell things, all the former communist officials, they became involved with criminal activities, and they owned all the processing plants, and I mean, it just turned into an absolute mess. You couldn't get anything done agriculturally over there in the old Soviet bloc nation because of all the corruption and everything that was going on. And I could give you a name of a company here in the United States that it was highly infested, I guess is my best word I could use. But they were major oil distributors on the East Coast, and they were not too particular about some of the refining processes or some of the oils they brought over here and stuff. So there was just a whole lot of things that was going on back then, and it all related to corruption. And it happened both on our property, on our side of the fence, I guess I'll say, and also on the former communist nations. And then that's whenever the communists here in America, I don't know if you remember Angela Davis or not, but she killed a police. She was if you know her history, she killed a policeman or been part of it. A rabid communist. I think she's teaching out in California now. She got so mad at Gorbachev doing what he did that she tore up her Communist Party card. And somehow, some way, then we went to China. We were supporting China at the same time. We were basically trying to demolish Russia, or the old Soviet thing. And the excuse was, well, the communists, they're not imperialists, but the Soviets were imperialists. And at the time, I said, I tell you what, we can make a better deal with the Soviets than we will ever be able to do so with China. And then, there was when George H.W. Bush was president, that's when they had the Tiananmen Square massacre, and we didn't really do anything to China at the time because George H.W. Bush says, well, we need to remain constructively engaged with China. And we kind of see where that went to.
That's because they were,
by and large,
that was all about because they were going to be an integral part of becoming the New World Order. China's a big part of that. All right, Vic, thank you so much. Rolling up on 15 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. I think this guy would get a DA of the Week nominee. I don't know. Louisiana State Police calling a truck driver criminally negligent after he attempted a U-turn and ended up jackknifed trying to reach a truck detour off I-20 Monday evening. Louisiana State Police say Texas-based truck driver Alou Ba has been charged with aggravated obstruction of a highway of commerce. Started about 8:30 Monday evening, I-20 westbound at I-220, Bossier City, Louisiana. Troopers say Ba was westbound on 20 when he carelessly bypassed the designated 220 detour for commercial vehicles. Upon realizing his mistake, Ba made the ill-advised decision to utilize the shoulder of I-20 to execute a U-turn, intending to travel eastbound in the westbound lanes in an attempt to reach the 220 detour. As a result of the U-turn attempt, Ba jackknifed his truck and became stuck in a ditch. His truck's trailer came to a stop, blocking active lanes of traffic on I-20. One motorist was forced to veer off the interstate to avoid hitting the jackknife truck and also became stuck in the ditch. Troopers say Ba was arrested and booked into Bossier Max. In a statement, Ba's actions were not only intentional, but also criminally negligent by deliberately placing his commercial vehicle across both travel lanes of a busy highway. He intentionally endangered human life. We must emphasize the severity of this incident and the potential harm that could have been inflicted on innocent motorists. Safety and well-being of individuals on our roadways are a paramount importance. We will continue to enforce the law to ensure the protection of our community. Please exercise caution and remain vigilant while traveling as we work tirelessly to maintain the integrity and safety of our highways. By the way, commercial vehicles have been banned from that construction zone on I-20 in Bossier City since back before Christmas. Actually, it was December 21. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know that you could say it's a sign or a harbinger of things to come this November. But some on the Democrat side are saying, hey, this is just the first step. In New York, recall the Republican Party ousted, what's his name, from Congress here a few months ago. So they had a special election. The Democrat, Tom Suozzi, wins the special election for the U.S. House seat in New York this past day, coming out on top in a politically mixed suburban district that could lift his party's hopes headed into a fiercely contested presidential election this year. George Santos, that's the one, I couldn't think of his name. Suozzi defeated Republican Mazie Philip, taking the seat that was left vacant by, that was George Santos, who was the Republican expelled from Congress. The victory marks a return to Washington for Suozzi, who represented the district for 3 terms before giving that up to run unsuccessfully for governor. Now, it's not clear how long this stint on Capitol Hill will last as a redistricting process unfolds that could reshape the district. But for now, the result narrows even more the slim Republican majority in the House and provides Democrats a much-needed win in New York's Long Island suburbs, where the Republicans showed up surprisingly strong in recent elections. In the meantime, I believe Eagle is on board. Haven't heard from Eagle in a few days. Morning. How's your week starting out, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. What's happening? Yeah, we got you, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I've been busy the last couple of days. Watched the so-called Super Bowl. Very disappointing outing in the turn of events. In the Super Bowl, San Francisco should have won that game. They had it won, and very bad offensive calls they made in the overtime in the ball game. They gave away a golden opportunity to win the thing. San Francisco definitely had the better team, and they ended up giving it away. So we'll see what happens, in the upcoming season at this point. But I told you, Steve. Finally, we got ready for racing season. 500. I'll be there on Sunday. I'm headed that way probably Thursday or Friday night. I'll be rolling towards Daytona. Getting ready for the 500. Hopefully the weather will be good for the 500. Chevrolet pull into Victory Lane. That's the main thing. Is Chevrolet pulls in, is the number one. Definitely don't want no Toyota winning. With all these controversy we got going on right now in the world, we'll need to keep something in America in our own damn country.
Yeah.
But Steve, man, first of all, I want to talk about something before I get to Joe Biden. Okay, what I'm about to talk about right now hits me real hard because I grew up in Houston, Texas, as you know. I don't live in Houston, Texas anymore, but I still got family and friends in Houston. And this incident that took place on Sunday morning in Houston, Texas at the church hit me hard because my mom used to attend this church, this Joel Osteen Church in Houston, Texas. When this individual walked into the church with a AR-15 rifle. This situation could have been a whole lot worse, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
If those two undercover cops wasn't into the back row of that church and they shot down this loser that walked in there, because this woman could have killed 50 to 60 people with the amount of bullets or ammunition they had. They could have gunned down a whole bunch of people. And luckily they were stopped. We talked about this before, Steve, when it comes to guns. Nobody said that nobody doesn't deserve to have a gun. I've told you that before. For these people that say guns should be off the street, we have to have some type of protection. And it's really a shame. It's really a shame, Steve, that it's come to that point. That you can't even go to church. I gave you a list of everything that's been shot up over the years.
Yep.
We've gone from shopping malls, grocery stores, churches, schools, movie theaters, and I could be talking the rest of the night on everything that's been shot since this thing started happening. It's totally ridiculous. And we got another individual. When you look at this individual, Steve, and all the shootings that we've talked about over the past, they got one thing in common. Got another person that shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. This individual had mental problems. It's a transgender individual, born a man, but thinks that he's a woman. You already have mental problems. When you born a man and you think you're a woman, that you have a mental problem. And I don't give a damn who agrees with it or not. But that's exactly what you have. This person shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. Should have been locked up. And how they got a weapon in their hands,
right?
I don't know.
Because she had
it shouldn't happen.
She had a lengthy, big-time criminal rap sheet, they said. And yeah, so how pray tell was she able to purchase? I guess the investigation's still going on there. And they're talking about still looking for a motive. The only thing we know is she did indeed have the Free Palestine sticker on the gun, which, what Olstein's church would have anything to do with freeing Palestine, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, you're talking somebody that's got mental issues. Ain't no telling who they might lash out at. But we're going to pause there, get a news break in, and a full final hour comes up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades.
Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. A shooting on the subway in New York City sent 5 people to the hospital and killed 1. Police responding to the Eden Ave station, finding 6 people shot, 4 men and 2 women between the ages of 14 and 71. One man, who was 34, died. The other victims had non-life-threatening injuries. 2 groups of teenagers started fighting on a platform around that time that a lot of kids take the subway home from school, and some people are leaving work. The shooter has not been caught. The Senate passed a $95.3 billion foreign aid bill with assistance for Ukraine and Israel in a vote early Tuesday morning that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was very pleased with.
It's certainly been years, perhaps decades, since the Senate passed a bill that so greatly impacts not just our national security, not just the security of our allies, but the security of Western democracy.
It also sets up a showdown with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who thinks that there shouldn't be more aid to Ukraine, and former President Trump, who thinks that the U.S. should stop foreign aid unless it's in the form of a loan. The judge overseeing the Georgia election subversion case involving Donald Trump and multiple co-defendants raised the possibility of disqualifying the district attorney responsible for bringing that case. This comes from allegations against Fani Willis of a personal relationship with the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, that may have financially benefited her. A hearing set for this week to address motions that seek the removal of Willis. Trump and his co-defendants are also trying to get the case dismissed. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A nationwide dairy recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak now includes products sold at Costco, Walmart, and other major retailers. The recalled products include snack wraps, taco kits, salad kits, and other foods sold with dairy ingredients made by Rizzo Lopez Foods Incorporated. Health officials have said evidence linked the company's dairy products to an ongoing deadly listeria outbreak that's been happening since 2014. At least 26 people got sick, 2 people died, and 23 were hospitalized in 11 states, according to the CDC. Super Bowl 58 was the most watched television broadcast in a generation. The amount of viewers estimated to be around 123.4 million, according to CBS, breaking any Super Bowl viewership record. So many people watched that it almost beat out the most watched TV broadcast of all time. That record set in 1969 when between 125 and 150 million people watched the Apollo Apollo 11 moon landing. The Chiefs will be celebrating their win at home with a parade tomorrow, Valentine's Day. It'll start around noon and go to about 1:45. You can watch the parade on the NFL Network or NFL.com. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
I did share one DA of the Week nominee last hour from CDL Life, and there was yet another. This one in the state of Iowa, where the Iowa State Patrol's Commercial Motor Vehicle Unit reminding truckers to vent their trailers after spotting a tanker. Obvious damage while on patrol. Took to Facebook Tuesday morning several images of the collapsed tanker trailer, along with the warning from the trucking community. I guess this guy was actually still rolling this damn thing down the road. I guess trying to limp it back to the yard or something. They said, quote, "Some things just stick out like a sore thumb going down the road." This trailer was stopped by one of our troopers this morning for having obvious structural concerns. If you can envision the tanker, and we know that going back to the whole submarine implosion thing that occurs, that's where you suck all the air out, and the tanker had literally collapsed in the middle. And you've got the 2 rear axles on that tanker trailer. It was buckled in the middle, so to where it was leaning upward, where only the front axle was even on the ground. And this guy's trying to limp it back somewhere. Side note to drivers, do not forget to vent your trailers, was the message. All righty. Hello to Steve in Columbus, Wednesday morning. Well, we're just about halfway through a work week. Looking forward to those much-needed couple of days off. Got the coffee poured, pickup ready to go. I guess it's time to head into town, see what we can get into today. Another day. All right. Happy hump day there. Steve, Columbus. Eagle. All right. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I'm scared. Hey, okay, the church situation, like I said, that person shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. And for what I'm understanding, it was from El Salvador. I don't know how long they was in the country. I don't know if they were here illegally or what. They still haven't determined that yet. So we've had several incidents already, Steve, where people that are in the country illegally committing crimes, recently going back to these pumps. And I still don't know if they apprehended all those guys that assaulted that police officer in New York. I don't know if they're still looking for some of them people on that deal there. Because, like I told you, I didn't get to on Thursday before. Ran out of time with a fat boy up there in New York, that DA, that, he tried to play like he Mr. Innocent. He's the one that released those guys back out on the street, and now he's on TV last week talking about we got to get these people off the street, these some dangerous people. Well, why the hell? The only reason he did that is because he was catching a lot of heat from those people in New York trying to figure out why he put them back out on the street to begin with. So he's not fooling nobody except for himself. We know why you put him back on the street, because he's a Democrat and he's running the city of New York, and he's running it down in the damn drain. Just like the mayor of New York City is running this. The New York City is nothing but a rat trap right now. That's why people are leaving in droves. People getting the hell out of New York due to the fact that, high taxes and crime rate, anything else. New York City, they ought to be ashamed of themselves the way they let New York City go down the drain. Steve, it's a complete joke. Like I said, I haven't been to New York City since 2001, since 9/11, and I don't have no intentions of going back to New York. If they, as far as I'm concerned, they could starve to death, because my truck won't be transporting no goods to New York City if I got anything to say about it. Now, let's talk about this other situation, Steve, when it comes to Nikki Haley. Donald Trump was in South Carolina this past weekend, Steve, and he had standing room only crowd, people waiting out in the parking lot for hours trying to get in to see his show on Saturday afternoon. And like I said, he's going to embarrass Nikki Haley, and I mean really embarrass her on Saturday in a couple of weeks when they had a election in South Carolina. And hopefully Nikki Haley will do the right thing and get out of the race. She should have got out of the race a long time ago. But like I said, she will be defeated in South Carolina, and she will be defeated real bad for Nikki Haley, so for not getting out of the race. Now, as far as Trump goes, Steve, talking about his vice presidential candidates, I've been hearing some different names pop up on the scene, and they said that Trump was at a party on Sunday. I really don't like that one guy, Tim Scott. I don't like him. The guy from South Carolina.
Right.
So about that guy I don't like. I don't think he'd be a good vice president. The guy Vivek, a lot of people are turned off by this guy, his outgoing personality, his young age, and a lot of people, they're concerned about his name. They don't know exactly his background. But like I said, the more I listen to this guy, the more I like what I'm hearing. And I'm hearing that Trump might be considering this man for his vice president. If he's not the man, then the woman in South Dakota, is it South Dakota, either North Dakota, whatever her name is. This woman here has proven that this woman has proven that she cares about America. She has offered her send help down to Texas. She's sent all kind of things to help Abbott and other things. So this woman here is, I still like the way she sounds. There's several people that Trump can put in there for consideration. Because there's some good names, but Tim Scott is not. He reminds me of Mike Pence. The only difference is he's black. He's just a black Mike Pence. He's too weak and he's too timid. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing different. That's the only difference between him and Mike Pence. He's black and Pence is white. Now let's talk about this last situation, Steve, and that's the one that concerns me the most about what I'm about, and that goes back to Joe Biden. In this money situation with Ukraine, this money that this man is sending to Ukraine constantly, he's more concerned about Ukraine than he is on his own United States border. I would love to know, maybe you can look it up after I hang up with you, how much money has Joe Biden sent down to Texas, Steve? I bet you it's very little money that Biden has sent down to Texas on the southern border since he's been in the White House. I'm willing to bet that he sent more money to Ukraine than he sent to the damn southern border of his own damn country.
I can guarantee you that.
It makes no sense to me. Huh?
I can guarantee that's the case. I mean, we've spent billions and billions in Ukraine. I mean, right now, this current deal, they're trying to push $60 billion more to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Steve. We
we got people coming into this country now, man. It's getting more and more concerning. You got sheriff's officers, you got military people, you got top people that are telling Biden and his people that we have dangerous individuals coming into this country. And guess what, Steve? As we speak right now, the border is still wide open. You got Chinese nationals coming in. You got people coming in from Iran, Iraq. And I told you what appalled me the most when I talked to you a couple of weeks ago. They said that under Joe Biden, a man from every nation in this world, that's right, the world, I didn't say country, every nation in this world, Steve, that's entered into the U.S. since this news has been in the White House. This makes absolutely no sense. Like I said, at first, Steve, like I said, you know, I was thinking a couple of months ago that Joe Biden was incompetent, that the guy he just was a dumb individual. But the more you listen to this guy, Steve, it's obvious that Biden, the doctors, but that's the reason why they idiot held a press conference late on Thursday or Friday, trying to, I told you about talking about his mental attitude. You know, Joe Biden, you can hold all the press conferences you want, my man. Everybody knows that your mental mind is literally gone. This guy here, I told you this Thursday, Steve. No wonder why he won't close the damn border with Mexico. He don't even know who the president of Mexico. He called the man Sisi. That's the president of another country. He don't even know who the president of Mexico is. No wonder why he can't figure out how to close the damn border. So like I said, Steve, this guy Joe Biden, his mental mind is gone. He can get mad. He can argue with whoever he want to argue with. Ask Joe Biden when he plans on taking a test to prove his mental abilities. He says he has no mental problems, that he's on the level with Donald Trump. Well, let's find out, Mr. Joe Biden. Go take the test, and we'll find out if you're on the same level as Donald Trump. I bet you won't. And same thing with the Donald Trump offered the man to sit down and have a debate. You know damn well that Joe Biden ain't going to debate Donald Trump because he wiped the floor with him. And besides that, Joe Biden has nothing to debate. His 3-year history, there's nothing to talk about but bad stuff. He'd be a complete idiot to go to a television program and sit down across Donald Trump and debate what he has done for the last 3 years. That would be the biggest joke in the history of politics. So the best thing Joe Biden can do, Steve, like I heard somebody say this weekend, the smartest move that Joe Biden can do at this point is to keep his mouth closed, because the more he talks, he just shows people how stupid he is. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Oddly enough, the whole idea, with all the headlines right now questioning his cognitive abilities, it came up in the White House press briefing yesterday, where Karine Jean-Pierre said Joe will not be taking a cognitive test as part of his upcoming physical exam. What? Karine Jean-Pierre stated that Biden's physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, does not believe a cognitive test is necessary. O'Connor believes Biden proves his cognitive ability every day in how he operates and how he thinks. Reporters pressing Jean-Pierre on the issue. Last week's report from the special counsel Robert Hur, significant memory loss. One reporter says, does the White House think that the idea of the president taking a cognitive test as part of his physical is a legitimate idea? To which she says, I'm just going to say what Dr. O'Connor said to me about a year ago when Biden's physical was released, because he's so much better now than he was a year ago, right? Which was, the president proves every day in how he operates and how he thinks by dealing with world leaders, by making difficult decisions on behalf of the American people, whether it's domestic or national security. This is how Dr. O'Connor sees it, and that's how I'm going to leave it, she says. She gave a more full-throated defense when reporters continued to press on the topic. She said, I've known Biden for more than a decade and continue to find him to be sharp. He's on top of things. When we have meetings with him and his staff, he's constantly pushing us, trying to get more information. So that he's been my experience with this president. That's been my experience. Of course, what we all see on television, on the news, on the clips, on any given day, tells a vastly different story, but No cognitive test. He's fine. Nothing to see here. Pay no attention.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see what's happening with Blind Man. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. Well, my brother-in-law's murder trial started on the 5th. It's the biggest thing going on in Anchorage, Alaska right now. He murdered 2 Native American women, and I've been following the trial. My neighbor came over. We found Amy's computer that I bought for her, and we set it up. KTUU Channel 2 in Anchorage is streaming the trial, and if you go to their website and click on, I think it's live events, you'll hear the trial. It starts at 8:30 Alaska time, 12:30 Eastern time. This guy is one sick individual. I mean, really sick. Day before yesterday, they played the video and the pictures of him murdering this one woman, and you can hear him say on the video that nobody survives in my movies. So this guy is really sick, and yesterday they're playing the questioning of Brian after he's arrested when the plane landed in Anchorage on October 8th, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how my sister's going to handle this because she still thinks he's innocent. She hasn't divorced the guy.
Really?
And what really worries me is that the survivors of these 2 women that were murdered are going to sue the daylights out of her. So basically, that's all that's going on there. I've been following in the trial and everything, and I'm afraid it's a lot worse than originally thought.
I hadn't heard a thing about that, but I did a quick search there, and I see it's all over the Alaska news. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal, and the police are still investigating their missing persons file to see if he's murdered anybody else. He denies it, but he finally did confess to a second murder and showed him where he dumped the body on the highway. So, and the woman that supposedly found the SIM card, or the SD card that they're calling it, I guess.
Yes.
She was a prostitute, and when he went to the Shell station to get money out of the ATM, he took his phone and took the card out and made a copy. And for a couple of days or so, wondering what she should do with it, and she finally went to the police. The defense said that they don't think this is legit, and the judge overruled the defense, and they played the video. They're not going to replay it because it's that bad.
Yeah.
But it's really bad.
Pretty wild. Okay, well, hey, blind man, I appreciate you chiming in this morning. So that's his, what do you say, brother-in-law, right? His sister's husband. That's just a few hours ago, I guess the latest update out of Anchorage says jurors watched the recording of a 2019 multi-hour police interrogation when the Brian Smith murder trial resumed on Tuesday. Smith on trial for murdering two women about more than 4 years ago. Shortly after he became a suspect in the murder of Kathleen Jo Henry, police learned Smith was in Washington, D.C. with family when he unexpectedly flew back to Anchorage on October 8th of 2019. Homicide detectives met him and took him to a room at the airport to begin the interrogation. At first, Smith didn't understand that the purpose of the interrogation was related to a murder investigation. Told detectives we thought I might be talking to him about the theft he had reported from his Ford Ranger. But as the questioning continued, the detectives made clear they were interested in something far more serious. They showed Smith photos of a bruised, beaten woman, played a short audio recording of the woman moaning. The photos and audio were photos and videos taken from Smith's phone, which was stolen from his truck by someone who spent an afternoon with him. Jurors saw those graphic videos and photos during Monday's court session when detectives showed Smith more and more photos and shared what they knew about his past actions and whereabouts. Smith reportedly said things like, I don't remember this. I don't remember this girl. And if I did this, I don't remember. Later, they showed more photos and told Smith they didn't believe his claims of memory loss. He conceded at one point how a particular photo appeared to show him and Henry. I don't remember the face. I don't remember that. That's my truck. That's my truck. That's my voice. Looks like my shoes. I wear jeans usually. It looks like jeans in the picture, but I've got a blank. If that's me, I've got a total blank. Something's blocking this out of my mind. Where detectives continued to bore into the inconsistencies in his memory failures and he continued to say he couldn't remember specifics until at one point he admitted one photo showed a body in the back of his truck. Smith said he just coincidentally found it there and then panicked and dumped it alongside the railroad tracks. I just dumped it. Okay, why would you not call? A reasonable person would call police and say, hey, I found a dead body. Why they would do is wait 2 days, keep the dead body in the back of their car, drive it home, park it in the driveway, then take it out to a spot and not only dump the body over the guardrail, but take the other stuff that's with her to a different place. This guy's lying. That's okay. So I guess if you're into watching murder trials, that'd be one to tune into. Probably like on Court TV and whatnot. We roll to news break, though. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning to Phil in Fort Wayne, Semper Fi, Truckin' Phil, as we head into a Monday. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. In January, inflation slightly surpassed expectations. Recent government data reveals that the Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3% last month, reflecting higher expenses for goods and services for Americans. The Senate has approved a $95 billion aid package featuring significant allocations for Israel and Ukraine. Despite passing with a 70-29 vote, its prospects in the Republican-controlled House remain uncertain. The NYPD is sharing images of two suspects involved in the fatal subway shooting at Mount Eden Station Monday. Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny.
Once the groups come together on the train, there's a verbal dispute that quickly leads to a physical fight. As the train is pulling into the station at Mount Eden, one round is fired inside of the train car.
A 35-year-old man who was an innocent bystander was killed in that shooting, while 5 others sustained injuries. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Under industry headlines, the Environmental Protection Agency has set stronger air quality standards, which has the potential to impact the trucking industry. It was last Wednesday the EPA announced a significantly stronger air quality standard regulating fine particle pollution, commonly known as soot. The new standard lowers the level of fine particulate matter from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9 micrograms. Particle pollution has been regulated since 1971. Now, listen to this. Back then, the standard was 75 micrograms per cubic meter for total suspended particles. Since then, the standard has been revised 4 times to 50 in 1987. 15 in 1997, the first year they regulated soot pollution, 12 micrograms in 2012, and now we want to take it to 9. The Clean Air Act requires the EPA to review the national ambient air quality standards every 5 years to determine whether they should be retained or revised. Last review was in 2020, when the Trump administration announced they would retain the 2012 levels. However, when the Biden administration took over, the EPA announced they would reconsider that decision. Defending the decision, the current EPA said the best available science directs us to revise the 2012 standards. According to the agency, the new standard would prevent up to 4,500 premature deaths and 290,000 lost workdays, resulting in up to $46 billion in net health benefits by 2032. Now, the new air quality standards do not require any specific pollution criteria for certain industries. Rather, the standards require states to meet fine particulate matter levels for the overall air quality. States have to comply with the new standards by 2032. Areas that do not currently comply with the lower standards can meet the new requirements however they see fit. The EPA projects 99% of the country will meet the new standards by 2032. Most counties meet the lower standard, but there are large swaths of the West, including most of California, that do not comply, nor do certain pockets in the Rust Belt and in the South. Looking at the map, it's most of your big cities, your major cities where you're going to have industrial production and obviously more traffic, cars, trucks, you name it, anything and everything. But all right, so there you go, down, down, down. Hey, Brother Rambler checks in on a Wednesday. Well, happy Valentine's Day, huh?
Oh, sweetheart, you shouldn't. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, Steve. And all of our female truck drivers and non-truck drivers, happy Valentine's Day to you as well out there listening to our many affiliates, listening to you, listening to us. Thank you for tuning in, and everyone else listening on Facebook, Rumble, and the Overnight Drive app. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I tell you what, that story, that blind man, that just sent a shiver up my spine. We got crazy, demon-possessed people out here in this cruel, cruel, wicked old world, Steve. And I tell you what, folks better get ready, because God's getting ready to send the groom after his bride. And I tell you, that comes from the story of the 10 virgins. 5 were wise, had their wicks trimmed, oil for the lamp. 5 were foolish and didn't have enough oil. And you go back and read the story of the book of Matthew when it talks about that. I heard Jolly's call, and I called earlier, and I ran out of the cell service, and I had to wait till I got up here. And you know, you've heard me call this show now for about 3 years, and over I've said the same exact thing. You know, no matter what goes on in this world, my focus has always been on Israel and the Middle East, what's going on. Now, I'm not going to try and take up much. I know you've got other callers, and I know I want to get. You want to try and get everybody in for the show is over. But I'm going to go out of 3 books of the Bible: Jeremiah, Daniel, and Ezekiel. What we have now is you have the modern day Medes and the Persians. Medes and the Persians in the old Bible, the ruler of the Medes was put in place by Xerxes, and his name was Darius. And then, of course, ruler of the Persians was Xerxes. And if that sounds familiar, if you're a movie buff and a movie watcher, Xerxes was the ruler in that movie 300, about the 300 Spartans that held him off, and that's who Xerxes is. And what I say by modern day Medes and Persians is, you know, the Houthi rebels and all that. Well, that represents what the Medes are, and all the Medes was back then was remnants of Nebuchadnezzar's Babylonian empire, plus other empires, you know, coned together, who were taken over by the great Persian Empire. Darius was put in his place after Belshazzar, you know, died. Now, where Russia plays into this, and by the way, all that is in the book of Daniel, what I just described to you. Where Israel fails in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 38, that's when Nebuchadnezzar and the princes of Babylon come in there, burned the temples, burned Jerusalem, and took over, you know, took half of the city inhabitants as slaves for over 70 years. Now, what we see now in modern times is Ezekiel, the great prophet. God gives him, and God always calls Ezekiel, son of man, what do you see? He always calls him son of man. And before the great Soviet Union broke up, the country right above Iran, I keep on forgetting the name of it, that was at one time part of the Soviet Union as well. And the book of Ezekiel says that the great Persian Empire will go and make war with Israel, but they're not going to have enough resources. They're going to have help from a great big northern kingdom. And of course, you look above Iran, and I think the name of that country is Turkmenistan or something like that, is the great kingdom of Russia, which the book of Ezekiel describes as Gog and Magog. You know, Magog being the kingdom, Gog being the ruler of the kingdom. And that's not the Antichrist, by the way. That's the ruler of the northern kingdom. And it says that they will be drawn down to fight against Israel by hooks of their jaws. This is before the Antichrist comes. This huge battle is going to happen, and everything's shaping up. We need to keep our eyes on the Middle East because everything is shaping up to be that. And after 9/11, I believe things got really, really spun out of control, and you know. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but it almost seems like maybe 9/11 could have been an inside job, and I'll leave it at that. I'm not an expert, but it just seems to me that everything that inside job, Steve. But like I said, I don't want to go all Alex Jones and be a conspiracy theorist and everything like that. But this country has not learned a lesson from 9/11, because here we are. We got two Muslims as representative Muslims.
Yes.
Create the two-state solution.
Right.
So yes. So I mean, we need to learn a lesson, and we do need to come back to God. We need more preachers who are called by God, not called by mom, not called by dad, not called by grandparents to stand behind his sacred dish, which you have a lot of false prophets in this country today who don't even need to be standing behind God's sacred desk, which is the pulpit, trying to teach people, because they're not called by God. They're called by Satan, basically. We need real men of God to stand behind the pulpit, who God has drawn out and called to be his mouthpiece, to tell it like it is, and to be able to let the Lord, through the Holy Spirit and the blood of Jesus Christ, speak through that man and teach the people what needs to be taught. And you need to be keeping your eyes on everything going on. And Steve, why Israel? Because that is where Jesus Christ, during the 1,000-year millennial reign, God will set his central kingdom up in that land right there, where the temple on the mount stands, the dome on the rock, which will be destroyed, and the third temple is ready to be constructed. They've already got it prefab. They're just waiting to blow it up and then start all over again. And that's why the Abraham Accords was so important. I mean, for the first time, you had Isaac and Ishmael shaking hands and hugging one another, and Isaac and Ishmael being the two sons of Abraham. Isaac being the chosen one, and then Ishmael born out of sin, because Abraham listened to his wife Sarah and went and had relations with Sarah's handmaid Hagar, and that's where Ishmael comes from. And I can get into a whole 2-hour Bible study on it, Steve, but like I said, we need to be keeping our eye, and I do keep my eye on Russia, because Russia will be playing a part in this sooner or later, and I'm scared it's going to be much sooner, because like I said, Iran, because of all the sanctions, this country and other countries that put on them, they don't have the military funding, or they don't have the strong military. They're going to have Gog and Magog being drawn by hooks of their jaws down to help battle. But God will be with.
And I believe Brother Rambler lost his connection there. So, all right, I think we almost got through, but thank you for chiming in there, Brother Rambler. What we got coming up here? Looks like Knucklebuster chimes in next, right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
reasons.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, earlier, what story was it where I mentioned the Rust Belt? That was the particulate matter in the air, right? A few minutes ago. Seth said, can you tell whoever came up with the BS phrase Rust Belt that we take offense to it? Our guns ain't rusty. All right, Marty Knucklebuster.
Amen, Brother Rambler. Morning, Mama Summer Sweetie Pie on Valentine's Day, and I want to give Tennessee a big old shout-out. Happy Valentine's, baby. I love you too, girl. I want to give a big Semper Fi shout-out to Monkey Gouger and Vic, Scarecrow, and Steve Summers. And I got news for these truck drivers. They better be doing them pre-trips and post-trips before they go riding around the countryside, right?
Right.
That Apollo 11 moon landing back in 1969, I saw that, Steve, and I've seen every Super Bowl. So Uber, did you say Uber was going on strike earlier?
Uber and Lyft and I don't know, some of the food delivery folks. It's not all of them, but supposedly 10 airports around the country today. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, all I got news from, we're all overworked and underpaid there. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it depends on what. Are you happy with your job?
Yeah. Well, did you know Andy Reid actually knew Taylor Swift before Travis Kelce did? Him and Taylor's dad worked together back up there when he was in Philadelphia there.
Is that right?
I found that pretty interesting. Yes, sir. Well, here goes. You know the difference between Melania Trump and Jill Biden?
Well, several things are vastly different, but what do you got?
Well, Melania speaks 5 different languages, and Jill Biden understands senile gibberish, right?
That works.
Yeah. Steve, without nipples, Hooters are pointless there.
Quite
Tennessee
true.
laughed her ass off about that one today.
That's quite true, Knucklebuster, yes.
Yeah. Well, my boss man told me today I couldn't call other employees foreskin. And I asked him, well, why in the hell do they disappear when things get hard? So anyway, that's all of my bull on him for this morning. You've had a great show, man. I've enjoyed it there. It was more than just Monkey Gouger and Vic and Scarecrow that made some good points there. So have a great, blessed day. Been a pleasure talking to you. And happy Valentine's Day, sweetie.
Yeah, all right, you big hunka.
The $10,000 men finish the job in Region 2 Super Farm. In Regions 3 and 4, stories of a saintly deer and a sinner IH. And father and son spend daddy's money to a championship in Hot Farm. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's next event is an invitational on the hallowed pulling grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center. The second annual Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals is set for Saturday, March 23rd at 5 p.m. Pro Stock tractors, modified minis, and super semis will be making return appearances, and this year they'll be joined by multi-engine modifieds. That's right, dragster chassis powered by 3 or 4 supercharged racing engines apiece will shake the rafters of Freedom Hall. See ntpapull.com for more event information and an exclusive link to early ticket purchases for NTPA fans. Or hit ntpa.tv to stream it live or on demand. But you don't have to wait until March for that live pulling fix. Cheer on your NTPA favorites at the National Farm Machinery Show Championship Tractor Pull from Wednesday, February 14th through Saturday the 17th. Live from Freedom Hall or online at watchpulling.tv. And now, here are your 2023 Regional National Super Farm and Hot Farm champions. Bill, Matt, and Steve Casey, Signet and New Baltimore, Ohio. Whoopie Maker, 2023 Region 2 Super Farm champions. The Caseys swung their way through a mostly Wolverine state-based tour and battled not only their fellow regional runners, but also the Michiganders that frequently visit. Between Whoopi and its Oliver ally Totally Exposed, the team opened the year with an 8-hook, 30-point streak. Outright wins came in Adrian, Findlay, and Centerville twice, and also at the Enderley and Bowling Green, where the latter earned them $10,000. Steve Yagi, Rochester, Minnesota. Holy smokes! The 2023 Region 3 Super Farm champion. It was another blessed year for our Midwest chaplain. But unlike its smothering performance in 2022, Holy Smokes was on a slow burn to start this season and was snuffed at 7th in Decorah. After that, Steve stoked Smokes to victories in 2 of its next 3 hooks, Eagle Grove and Monticello, and then hired shoe Matthew Lindstrom got another at Norwalk to outbustle Jeff Martine's 2-win Hustler for the championship. Chris Hales, Otterville, North Carolina, the Outlaw, the 2023 Region 4 Super Farm champion. 5 months after he qualified for the Enderley from Region 6, Hales started Region 4 in Lumberton. Both nights, the Outlaw was a step behind Caitlin McDonald's Red Mule and thus rolled into rally in a 2-point hole. But in the red clay, Hales found the golden ticket. On Saturday, he outlasted Russell Mullen's effort on Nothing Special, and then he put down Daniel McDonald's Bad Boy on Sunday. The twin wins put his margin over the mule at 4 points. Darren and Joseph Balmer, Brookville, Indiana. Daddy's Money, 2023 Region 2 Hot Farm champions. The Bombers 66 started strong when Colton drove it to a win and a third in Shipshewana. From there, brother Joseph and daddy Darren took over, the younger Bomber being Money in Arcola. The top slot slipped away after Logansport and was not regained until a second in Greenville. Interim leaders were trailer-mate I Got This and Everett Wilkerson. The latter clung to the lead with just one more at Hillsdale, where Joseph's 4th clinched the title. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And then, of course, there is tractor pull in action. Truck and tractor pulls taking place each night for the next 4 nights. Louisville, Kentucky, at the big farm show that actually kicks off today. I believe the full breakdown said there will be something akin to 190 competitors. Was it 5 different classes? Yeah, but 7 o'clock each night. Freedom Hall will be the place, rocking and rolling. Don't forget to take your earplugs there. And as, of course, we close things out here on a Wednesday, hump day. It's already Wednesday. Now, we're going to be drawing our first winner come Friday morning. We're talking about the Big Rig Duo Pack, which you could win from Hot Shot Secret. Just go over to your Facebook page and follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and all you have to do is go to the comments and simply type in Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. Again, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Comment Hot Shot Secret. Everyone that does that comment is entered. And a winner receives a Big Rig Duo. We're talking 2 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret stick shit eliminators and 2 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extremes, a $200 value. You can't win if you don't get registered.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but